that love. Thought that it would never end.
All right, good morning, racers and crews. Everyone, hey, from Saskatchewan. I think we got a few visitors here this weekend again. I believe it's our final race weekend with the points race. We're racing for the rod. Boy, I got a hard time announcing that one out loud, right? But hey, good luck to all our racers, all our competitors. We changed the run order. We do have, and we're starting out with Radial Tire. So the staging lanes are open, 5 and 6. Radial Tire. Staging lanes are open. So I'm just going to go over the run order here. We're still prepping the track. We're just about there. So we're starting out with Radial Tire, followed by Pro, Super Pro, Testers. Only come up when you're called. Testers, you guys are your own class. You'll be after Super Pro, Sportsman, Junior Street, the co-pilot class, Street Legal, and then Junior Dragster. So 106.9 on your FM dial. Make sure you get your call to staging. Make sure you've gone through the tech booth. Once again, we're racing for the rod today. Once again, Radial Tire. Staging lanes are open, 5 and 6. Let's go.
Normally.
All right, checking out the new mic here. Once again, Radial Tire, second call, staging. Staging lanes are open, 5 and 6. That's right, 5 and 6. Radial Tire, that is the only class added to this. Then we follow with our regular run order. We're going to go with Pro, followed by Super Pro. Testers, you guys are on your own class, so only come up to staging when you're called. Then it's Sportsman, Junior Street co-pilot class, Street Legal, and then Junior Dragster. Yeah, this is second call already. So, yeah, Radio Tire, let's go. Let's get those staging lanes full. All right, all SIR staff to the positions. Looking at the starting line, there is no flag flutter, so it looks like it's going to be a wonderful day. And I'll tell you, a couple days ago, it wasn't nice here in Saskatoon, but incredible. I do believe we have the day here for drag racing this weekend. We're going to put this one in the books. That's right, we're racing for the rod here today. It is the Point Series race final this weekend. Then we're back in a couple weeks. The Cambusters doing 8th mile drag racing here. So I think that is cool. Different type of racing. Radio Tire, let's go. 5 and 6. Staging lanes are open. Radio Tire, let's go. You'll be followed by Pro afterwards. And we've got a few alters here going to be doing some testing and tuning here. So we got a lot more. Oops, sorry, Doug. We got a lot more added to the plate here today. There's not Clara out there. Is that Clara? Or Clara doesn't want to hear me? Or it could be not be Clara. How's Dawson? Dawson can hear me, so maybe it's not Clara, right? Good to see you, man. That you got too much Viagra in that Camaro, right? All right, Brenda Goebel is walking around. Yes, 50-50 tickets are available, and the word is that August 15th, 50-50 is going to be potentially claimed because the ticket's coming here Sunday to Anita, so we're going to confirm that later. But right now, we did post that winning ticket, and it has not been claimed. We have a person coming in tomorrow, but still, check out the Facebook site. And we are selling 50-50s again today. Once again, thank you. Last feature, wow. We sold out real quick, and we raised $2,500, and that was right going into improvements once again here at SIR. And one of the winning tickets, that was going to our friends out of BC. He was one of the crew of the BC Feature Racers, so congratulations. Thank everyone for supporting us. All right, I apologize. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Radio Tire 1 and 2. You guys just stay there. They'll redirect you. But Radio Tire 1 and 2. And Pro 5 and 6. Let's go Pro. First call for Pro 5 and 6. All right, Radio Tire, once again, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Final call for Radio Tire Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go Pro. Isn't it that outlaw, Brian Stevenson? All right, Radio Tire, once again, 1 and 2. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. Final call. 5 and 6 Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go Pro. Super Pro, you're on deck. Not yet. Super Pro, you're on deck. Pro 5 and 6, Pro 5 and 6, let's go Pro. First time trial of the day. Once again, we'd like to thank all our sponsors. Once again, OK Tire, Queen City Performance out of Regina, Performance Plus, Saskatoon and Regina, as well as Audio Warehouse and Butler Buyers for sponsoring our kids. And what a great weekend of racing here. What a great year off and on, weather-related definitely. And I don't think Clara Layfield can hear me. Nope. All right, Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Pro, let's go. Yes, it's the Banjo Bowl, and I'm recording it. I don't want to hear no updates. I'm going to watch it when I get home. But boy, what a game last week. Holy smokes, right down to the wire. Very exciting. And hopefully we pull off a win again. But hey, we're in their house, so you never know. But go Riders go. Lots of green out there today. Well, Hector Grubhub, hey, congratulations, that Ends family. Hey, we're just about at the end of the season, but they're moving, that's right. Still finishing up what they're doing here at SIR, but they're at the rink, I believe out in, Martinsville, isn't it? But either way, go talk to them if you ever need mobile catering. They are on Facebook, and keep track of what's going on. Once again, thank you to the Ends family for kind of a crazy season here. All right, Pro, let's go, Pro. And Radial Tire, you were supposed to be in 1 and 2. Radial Tire. All right, the first time trial of the day here. It is in the Radial Tire class. Hey, we got the G family out from Rollo, Saskatchewan. Colin doing a wonderful job. Check him out on Facebook. This guy is a true craftsman. Wonderful job on this S10, and I think he's got her under control. He's going to get the first time slip with Mike Gross out of Regina, 2000 Mustang. Well, Colin going down the track, keeping her straight. And these are going to be 8-mile runs, right? 6:11 for Colin G, 5:44 for Mike Gross. All right, Pro, let's go. Staging lanes are open. Pro, let's go. All right, the Queen City Performance Pro class. We got Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. That's right. Getting the time slip of Pam Buster, Frank Bahozov. Yes, my Smoking Gun team member as well, Frank and Barb. And that's right, couple weeks, we're back for the Cam Busters 8th mile race. Frank Bahozov got the reaction time on this one in 06.2. Through at 11.80, 13.31 for Chase Strand. All right, our next pair up for qualifying, both out of Regina. Brian Hicks with the Chevelle, Jake Diesel with the Camaro. Got to thank Rich Bedford. Great pictures from the feature. Good job, Rich. Thank you so much. He's back again here today. Well, double red eyes. And top end, double red eye, Fiesel through, 1021, 1087. For Brian Hicks. All right, Richard Isa, I hope I got your name right, Richard. He's out of Brandon, Manitoba. Thank you for making the haul this weekend, bud. Richard getting the time slip out of Regina. Mike Alexander, and I'll tell you, Rich is going to get a nice picture of that. We're going to see what traction is going to be like here today. Mike Alexander loves to pull the front wheels. Final call for Pro, final call for Pro. Well, perfect light for Richard Eastoff. All right, our friend from Brandon Moon in Manitoba got the perfect light, 0003 through the top end, the Malibu, 1081, 125 miles an hour. Alexander with the red eye got through at 1000, 133 miles an hour. All right, our next pair from southern Saskatchewan, Perry Fletcher. Another car to watch on the starting line, Bennett's Auto Repair. Up with the new ride, Mark Adams out of Craven, Saskatchewan. Well, Perry Fletcher, a bit of a hiccup on the starting line. Mark Adams, a 171 reaction time, crosses the line to 978, 136 miles an hour. And Perry Fletcher says this one's a scrub. He's just going to save it for the next round. Once again, 106.9 on your FM dial. Get your call through staging. 106.9 on the FM dial. And right now we're in Pro, Super Pro. You guys are on deck. Not called yet. Super Pro, you are on deck. All right, Riley McClellan out of Aberdeen. Getting the time slip at Dwight Grabowski out of Martinsville. Riley McClellan up for a 9:48. 10:36 for Dwight Grabowski. Well, some more friends out of Brandon, Manitoba. This is Darren Sangster with the Gangster. 81 Cutlass. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob Phillips, 63 Acadian. And it looks like we got to shut her down. Okay, guys, a couple signs before you get into stage, and make sure you wipe out your wheel tubs and stuff. Yeah, we've kind of, that's the worst culprit out here is actually gravel and sand, really. So once again, if you've been driving out of town, trying to get everything working and stuff, just make sure you take a look in the tubs and stuff like that. Is that crazy guy, Ernie Josephson? I was looking for this guy all year. Is he here today? Arnie, are you here today? Well, that's good. I'm not here today, but it's good to see you, my friend. All right, we're going to see some wheels going up today, I think. All right, fired up once again. Well, the Gangster Sangster from Brandon, Manitoba through first, the 9:10 and 040 reaction time. Looks like he's on his game. Rob Fillers, 006. $987. So everyone is on their game so far. Hey, we got our next pair up. Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. Getting the time slip. Good to see the Murray family up from Yorkton. That's right, the Cambuster family. And Derek let his wife drive street legal. That's awesome. Well, Queen start at the line. McIntosh 037, Murray at 160. Side by side, but looks like the Chevelle will cross the line first, the 965. 1033 for our friends out of Yorkton. All right, the Mullet Mafia, that's right. Nathan Boatman. Boatman family celebrating 25 years of racing here. Dad Brad, Cody, Jody the Kid. Getting the time slip, Nolan Penner out of Martinsville, 66 fair lane. Penner in 073 reaction time. Mason on his game in 015. Mid-track, pulling away through the top end in 973. 1038, the number for Penner. Final call for Pro, final call for Pro, first call for Super Pro, first call for Super Pro. All right, Isaac Stetner with the 69 dart out of Dodge out of Regina. Geez, that car looks familiar. And good to see Isaac and his family up here racing this weekend with us. And just a quick reminder, guys, just take your time down the return road. It's not a hot day, but yeah, we want to get back in the pit, but we want to do it safely, right? Oh, what a launch! Isaac Stetner with the red eye leaves the line. And top end, how about a 10-11, 131 miles an hour? Isaac Stetner with a different ride here today, the 69 dart. Second call, Super Pro. Second call, Super Pro. Let's go. All right, the bad influence out of Saskatoon. It's the Lindell Concrete Supply Challenger, Ryan Doherty. Almost a perfect light, Ryan, 003. And through the quarter mile, bad influence through to 10:01, 134 miles an hour. Well, we're going to say this quite a bit over the weekend. Mopar with Mopar. Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Of course, we know Glenn Hendry. And hey, next year, 60 years of racing here at SIR. Glenn, you've been a big part of it. Dave's getting the time slip with Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. Super Pro, third call. Let's go, Super Pro. Well, Fuzzy got the red eye on that one with the Fury. 081 reacts time for Hendry. Plum Crazy mid-track pulling away. And Hendry's through 1040, 1209 for our friend Dave Kerr. All right, our next pair on the line, Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon, Pontiac Acadian getting the time slip. And Daly having a great start this year. Let's see what he ends up this weekend. He's out of Regina, somebody went dart. All right, final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Anybody licensing today, sorry, yes, come up whenever you're ready. Licensing only, whenever you're ready, come on up. Well, top end, it looks like it's Daly through to 1010. 020 reaction time, red eye for Kim Gallagher. 1102 with the red eye. All right, I believe it's going to be a single passer. We had a licenser up here. So once again, licensing, you guys come up anytime, stage in lane 1. We'll run you after any class, but right now, we're doing time qualifying for pro. Final call for pro and testers. You guys are on deck. Not called just yet. Testers, you guys are on deck. Well, Andrew L. pulling the front wheels, riding the back wheels. What a wheel stand in 016 reaction time. L out the gates, 956, 137 miles an hour. Nice picture for our friend Rich Bedford on that. All right, so licensers, you guys come up on stage in lane 1 anytime you're ready. We just had a bit of a glitch here, but no big deal. We'll get this guy running. We'll get him licensed here today. And testers, you guys are your own class. I haven't called you yet, but you're on deck. Licensing, you guys come up when you're ready, stage in lane 1. Right now, we're on Pro, and Super Pro has been called to stage in lane. All right, we'll get it figured out. How's Dawn doing today? All right, our next pair, both from southern Saskatchewan, Regina, Dale East with the olds. Old school racing. Getting the time slip. Hey, Heather Bennett from White City. And hey, she went through the rounds last race. Let's see what she does this weekend. Finished her rookie year last year. And reaction time this round goes to Dale Weiss in 019 to an 073. And mid-track is the olds pulling away. He does. It is Weiss through at a 1030, 1093, the number for Heather Bennett. All right, Tyson Daranoski, boy, oh boy, wins one finally. Hey, got the monkey off his back, changing the tires in the back this weekend. It's out of Casarillo, Kaylee, and Tyson with the 99S10. Getting the time slip with our friends out of Regina, Mike Kilbride, 70 Dart. Well, red eye for Mike Kilbride. Tyson Daranoski in 026. And through the top end, through to 1080, 1107 for Mike Kilbride with the red eye. All right, Mopar with Mopar, old versus new. Hey, they're just getting time slips. So we got the 2018 Demon. That is Lauren Krieger out of Viscount with Ryan Appleby. And Appleby got through extra time on this round in 026, 092, top end. Pulling away, it is Appleby through. Runs a 1046, 1045. We're getting down to reaction times. All right, final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro licensors. Sorry. Yes, come up to stage in lane 1 whenever you're ready to go. We will fit you in. Sorry, we should have announced that a little bit earlier, but I didn't have my 4th cup of coffee yet, so I apologize on that. All right, Anita Hendry out of Dundurn, get the time slip, and Brandon Bennett out of White City. Well, Brandon Bennett out the gates, a new 2.7 to an 0.33. And the Mustang crosses the line first. Brandon's time, a 9.10, 10.63, the number for Anita. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box, we've got Outlick with Regina, Camden Fiesel, junior dragster, moving up the ranks, now running his own 79 Nova in pro. Getting the time slip, Jansen Atten out of Outlook, 82 Camaro. We got to thank this guy as well as Tyson Daranoski. Hey, they did the quarter-mile drag and drive. And hey, we're back on it again next year. Good job, guys. Well, Fiesel on his game in 0.17 and 0.35. These guys are racing right now. Top end. Fiesel got there first, the 1022, 1049 for the Camaro. All right, Braden Haru from Saskatoon, Cutlass 442. Getting the time slip. Hey, the red Fairlane, of course, that's Papa Penner, Harold Penner out of Martinsville. Once again, we're celebrating 60 years of drag racing next year. He's one of the big reasons. He's raced here for a number of decades. Got his whole family racing here. Awesome. Well, Haru got the reaction time on this round, an 0.50 to a 107. And yes, Harold doing a little bit of steering on that one. Haru through 950, 1034 for Harold Penner. Once again, remember, guys, if you're having trouble with your cars, we ask you to pull over to the guardrail side, and we will come and talk to you. Just in case we got any fluids as well, check your overflows. Left lane has right away here at SIR, and there is 2 turnoff lanes. So if you missed the first one, just keep going. But most of you guys should be able to hit the first turnoff lane. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, sorry for our friend from LaSalle, Manitoba, Warren Cook. Licensing here, the Mustang. So once again, if you're licensing, I apologize, should have mentioned it earlier. Come up to stage in lane 1, and we will run you win between the classes. Just come up, only licensing only. And there he goes, Warren shutting her down half track. Through the 8th mile, 6:48, 85 miles an hour. He's in control. And once again, testers, you guys are on deck. So testers, you guys are a class. Only come up when you're called. All other classes as well. Licensing, come up whenever you're ready. Stage in lane 1. All right, crush it. That's right, Richard and Jones Scoping out of Saskatoon. Sewer and Poland Mechanical, Provincial Vodka. Gonna get the time slip. Hey, good to see our good friend with the blue Barracuda, Arnie Josephson. Watch the starting line. Let's see what he's got dialed in on that. This guy definitely knows the suspension. So let's see what's his first pass gonna be today with the Barracuda. Well, a little crooked. He had to do a little steering. There he is, back at her. Skopic will reach the top end first at 8:08 with an 0.33 reaction time. Josephson an 0.98 reaction time through to 8.73. And he kind of took the long way down the quarter mile, but hey, he'll get her straightened out. All right, Bob Diesel backing up on the starting line. He'll be getting the time slip, and I got to thank the Isaac family once again. I got the ride. I went to heaven, I'll tell you. Thank you so much. I've just been beaming ever since I got that ride on that 2012 Superbird. Sean Isaac, yeah, he's running a Pontiac, but Southie, they are definitely the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan. And I'll tell you, there's nothing wrong with this Pontiac. Very nice car. All right, Bob Diesel, 0.10 reaction time, drags through, runs an 8.79, 8.92, 2.64 for Sean Isaac. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2. First call. All right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, getting the time slip. We know the Taylor family. Thank you, Jody, for helping out with the kids area at the feature. I like that idea. That is an awesome idea. So thank you to the Taylor family out of Melford. Brian behind the wheel. Well, Kim out the gates too quick. Got a red eye, 0.52 for Taylor. But Brian mid-track says something's not right. He's just going to finish the pass. He's got to go back in the pits, make an adjustment. Kim Bernard with a red eye went through 885, 153 miles an hour. Tester, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Well, I thought that was Al Allen. 96 Cutlass Olds. I believe the car was for sale at one time. Doesn't hurt to ask him. Cliff Horn out of Delmany with the Daytona. Good to see Cliff here. Well, Cliff Horn out the gates in 05A. Looks like Al Allen's still working out some issues. So Cliff will finish his run. And we're going to go talk to Al and see what's going on. Cliff through to 920, 144 miles an hour. 058 reaction time. Al Allen having some issues. All right, just fixing up the track here. Once again, we got to thank everybody. Boy, Racers Cruise. We got some people from Brandon, Manitoba. Hey, we're going to go Riders, right? But we're drag racing. We love the jets. And it is the Banjo Bowl, right? I'm not going to announce anything. I am recording it, so hopefully we don't know what's going on. And you'll be like the announcer. I don't know what's going on half the time, right? So, yeah, we got the Banjo Bowl going on today. And out of respect, I am recording it. A lot of people are recording it. Right now, good time. Make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. All right, we are in Super Pro right now. Jack Appleby out of Emerald Park running the 72 Dart. He's up with Scott Yaremko. And they're getting the time slips. What we are doing right now, folks, if you're new to drag racing, we're doing time qualifying. The best reaction time, that means reacting to the Christmas tree at the starting line, either gives you lane or even a bye run. You get some choices down the track. So, you want to qualify, the best reaction time is a 0000. And yes, it has been achieved a few times this year. Right now, it looks like Yaremko got the reaction time an 016 to an 089. Top end through 808. 922 for Jack Appleby. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Licensing, come up whenever you're ready. Licensers only, come up when you're ready. All right, Sean LaChambe out of Pilot Butte. That's right, Sean and Cheryl, official supplier here for our clothing. Once again, got to thank Impressions and Thread this year out of Regina. Sean is getting the time slip with the new ride with Austin Stetner. Good to see the Stetner family racing with us this weekend. They're out of Regina, the 1927 Model T. Well, looks like Sean doing a little bit of steering at the starting line. And side by side, looks like the Slayer will get their first. No! Austin Stetner snuck in at 929. 930 for Sean LaChambe. All right, our next pair, Taryn McBain changing vehicles with Dad. That's right, she's got the door slammer, Sunbeam Alpine. She's getting the time slip. That's right, Chris and Catherine with the 65 Belvedere. Chris behind the wheel, they're out of Dundurn. Well, Chris out the gate. Oh boy, an 009. Red Eye, how about an 009 good light for Taryn McBain, but she looks like she took her foot off the throttle. Got through 1285, 968 for Chris Kergessner, but Taryn McBain looks like she got off the pedal on that one. All right, we got altered with dragster. Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake, 32 altered Bantam. Up with Travis McBain with the Diamond Dragster. right, off the gates here. 014 reaction time for Travis McBain. 020 for Jamie Fiesel. Boy, oh boy, pretty well a straight heads-up race there. McBain threw a 779, 172 miles an hour. 842 for Jamie Fiesel, 156 miles an hour. All right, final call for testers. Final call for testers. First call for sportsmen. First call for sportsmen. Final call for testers. Final call for testers. Well, Barney's on the line first. Congratulations to Jason and Stacy Howdo. He went through the rounds last race. He's out of Lloydminster, Alberta. He's in the points race. We're going to get the points updated a little bit later today, or get the points a little bit later. Richie Harder with the dragster. And oh boy, 6 1,000th of second difference here. An 016 to an 010. Top end, Rich Harder through 771, 174 miles an hour. 1021 for Barney, 131 miles an hour. All right, smiling Leroy Schmidt out of Saskatoon. He's got the Buick Regal. Getting the time slip. We know this guy once again celebrating 60 years. SIR next year. He's been a big part of it. Fred Schwab out of Dundurn. Well, red eye for Leroy Schmidt. 023, Fred Schwab on his game. Good reaction time. Leroy through with the red eye, 920, 1049 for our friend Fred Schwab. All right, another young man. That's right, out of the junior dragster class a number of years ago. That's right, Taylor Fiesel now in Super Pro with his own dragster. That's right, the Fiesel family reunion. I love this family. Every race weekend, we got all the families together. They get the time slip with Ed Desjardins out of Pilot Butte. Dinah Crane Services. Well, Eddie Desjardins with the red eye through a 944, 1037 for Taylor Fiesel, 039 reaction time. Well, I'm so glad to see this car again. It's out of Weber now. Fred Hine, if you know that last name. Yes, Chris Hine. Boy, he made his name for Miles of Mayhem and Sick Week down in Florida. This car was owned by Kevin Williams for a number of years, and I'm so glad Fred Hine now owns it. 41 Coupe. Well, Fred with the red eye making his way down the quarter mile, got through at 11:04, 121 miles an hour. All right, Brad Prokopiew, New and Lodge, 89 Beretta. I'll tell you, when's the last time you seen a Beretta? And this is a very fast Beretta. Brad Prokopiew through the top end. How about a 796, 129 miles an hour? Good morning, Russ and Raylene. All right, Cadillac. Blair Alderton. He said, Mikey, it's not that simple. I don't just a little bit of a chip. I got to do some other things. But I'll tell you, it's a very fast Cadillac. Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, let's go. Well, Alderton through 993, 141 miles an hour. All right, a couple more tests. There's Cole Semets out of Nacum with the Dakota. Yeah, usually they ran a 318, I believe, in those. Cole up with Scott Kioski out of Regina. I know this Mustang. Take a look. These guys are testing. Final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. Well, Scott working on something on the starting line. Looks like the Dodge Dakota is going to make it through the top end first. Cole Semets through at 13:07. Scott through at 9:21. Definitely has to work on that reaction time on the starting line. All right, our next pair, Brad Bludoff out of Yorkton. Are you sure he's from Yorkton? I thought he was from Vermilion. Anyways, the car is for sale. You may want it. I tell you, it's a very fast Mustang. We know this guy as well. He's doing tractor pulling as well down south. Well, he's doing the test run with Mike Bayachek out of Regina. Watch this Nova. Well, Bayachek out with the red eye, 279 for Brad Bludoff. But Bayachek with the Nova across the line, 978 with the red eye, 988 for Brad Bludoff out of Yorkton. So once again, licensing only. You guys come up and stage in lane 1 whenever you're ready. Licensing only. All other classes, including testing, come up when you're called to staging. All other classes and testing, you guys are a class. Only come up to stage and when you are called. All right, Steve Gabber out of Regina. We know this Performance Plus Challenger. Well, Steve Gabber out the gates. Good reaction time in 042. And through the quarter mile, challengers through runs 11.99, 138 miles an hour. All right, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, the new ride, I'll say it is a quick car. Dawson Sayes out of Prince Albert. And I loved his Monte Carlo with his Camaro, boy, oh boy. And he's still taming it. Spun the wheels on the starting line, but down the lane. How about an 805, 173 miles an hour? Holy smokes, almost a 7-second run. 805. All right. It says Martin Marchuk's behind the wheel. I would believe it. This guy's driven a lot of different vehicles. All right, Martin Marchuk taking them 23 Alter down the track. I believe it's 4-cylinder. Did I say 4 very big cylinders? All right, Martin off and on the throttle. Good reaction time, Martin. 015 through. How about an 893? 144 miles an hour. Pretty darn good first pass. Good job, Martin. Well, Rob Tadgeman out of Regina. Let's see what he does with this Duster. Another car. He is figuring it out. Wow, pulling the front wheel. And straight pass. Oh, how about a 780, 185 miles an hour? Wow, 780, 185 miles an hour. First call for Junior Street Co-Pilot class. First call, Junior Street Co-Pilot class. What a couple of pair incredible rides. Our friends out of PA and Regina. All right, it's Owen Desjardins out of Regina with the Vega getting the time slip. With another lady out of Regina, Amanda Jasic Flamin. Or another racer, there we go. So both racers out of Regina. And yes, we know them. Well, Amanda Jasic Flamin got the reaction time in 086. Will cross the quarter-mile line first, 11:56. Owen Desjardins through 13:38, 112 miles an hour. Almost there, Gilles Basque. No, what's going on? It's not. He's got the gnome plate on there. Or does it say Nomeo? Good to see our friend back from New Brunswick, our French Canadian, back in Saskatoon. Reaction time at 050. Jay Steele 320. And that's right, the Superior Diesel Blazer will get through at 1379. Our good friend Gilles Bass through 1667, 82 miles an hour. Co-pilot class, Junior Street, we need you in staging. Co-pilot, Junior Street, we need you in staging. Well, it is a Mopar. Eric Humphreys with a different truck. Getting the time slip. Chase Strand out of Bouillé, Saskatchewan. That's right, Glenn Sally, the crew chief of the Mustang. And we know Glenn Sally, once again, 60 years of drag racing here. He was part of it as well. Running propane-powered race vehicles down the track, even in Pro Mod. Well, reaction time, 2:27, 2:57. Looks like the Mustang half track. Chase will get to the top end first. His time at 13:34. Eric Humphreys through at 15. No, we're not through there. Like 18:40. Yeah, I think you better drop a 440 in that one, Eric. All right, I believe all our co-pilots are there, but we're going to say one more final call. Final call. What the heck, Sullivan? Did you get a haircut? Well, this could make for an interesting conversation over the dinner or supper, right? We've got husband and wife. Is there any marriage counselors out there? I'm teasing. Chantel is only getting the time slip with hubby Matt. And that's right, part of the Hendry's Motorsports Racing team here at SIR. Once again, 60 years, these guys have been a big part of it. And Matt, well, gets a red eye. Chantel, hey, she knows how to drag race. 047. Making her way down the quarter mile. She'll get their first runs at 12:59. Matt's time in 18, or maybe 17. 18:02. There we go. Once again, licensors, come up whenever you're ready. Stage in lane 1, licensing only. All other classes, testers, you guys are a class. Radial tire, only come up to staging when you're called. 106.9 on the FM dial. Well, the Howdle family is Garrett Gerwin out of Saskatoon, 2010 Charger, and this young man knows how to drag race. He's getting the time slip of Clay Cements out of Martinsville. Yes, Elvira on the back plate. And did I say Mopar with Mopar? Well, I just did. Well, Garrett Goering, good reaction time. Garrett 014 through a 13.7. Red eye for Clay. Still, the Duster got through to 12.87. All right, final call for Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot class. Final call, Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot class. All right, Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, getting the time slip with Chad Novak with the Mustang. Well, Evan Stephenson got through the top end at 12:06, 14:33 for Chad Novak. All right, just doing a little bit of touch up on the starting line here. We'll get underway once again. So it is Junior Street Legal. The co-pilot class was final call. All right, Sherry Gordon says she wants to get the rod tonight. That's right, we're battling for Win the Rod. Sherry Gordon up with Chad Penner. Yeah, you're going to feel that smile come out of his helmet. He's old school. He likes standard transmission. That's Papa Harold Penner on the starting line. Watching son Chad go down the track with the red Mustang. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster, stage in lane 1. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. First call. All right, Steve Roski out of Cupar with the Mustang, getting the time slip with Sean Arnstand out of Macklin. Sean Part with Anita, the Hendry's Motorsports team. Well, red eye for the Mustang. Sean with the Hyundai 224 reaction time. Side by side. And Sean got through 13:28, 14:14 for the Mustang with the red eye. All right, we got Carmen at Mackenzie Auto. She'll look after you. That's right. We got to thank Mackenzie Auto, as well as Great West, sponsoring our beer gardens again this year at SIR. And all we ask, be responsible, right? We want to see you back here. We want to make sure all the other families out there get home safely, right? So just have responsible beverages, right? Well, Darren Simcoe, you say let's go. Is it the riders are saying let's go, or is it the Mullet Mafia? Doesn't matter. He's up here first time flip. Darren Simcoe out of Saskatoon. Reed Automotive. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Junior Dragster, staying in lane 1. Second call. Well, Simcoe out the gates, a 185 through the quarter mile, 12:23, 108 miles an hour. All right, these guys are going to run 8 mile. That's right, we call it the co-pilot class. Got Johnson Adams with the big Duramax. With the Mopar, Nikita Blanchard. So we got the big trucks. And you got to be 13 years and older. You're going to run half track. You have to have a guardian with the vehicle. Yes, there's a pile of paperwork, but after that, you know what? You can have fun like these families. Economics and drag racing don't normally go hand in hand. This round, it is Johnson Adams. He got through 997 through the 8th mile, 1097 the time for Nikita. Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6, Junior Dragster 1, licensing, come up whenever you're ready, licensers only, come up when you're ready, stage in lane 1 or 2. All right, our next pair, the co-pilot class, hey, these young ladies battling all year, good veteran racers, Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert, Aurora Chiropractic, getting the time slip with Maya Jacques out of Regina. Once again, both racers doing 8 mile. And Marley Breeze will get there first. Her time at 9:12, 11:45 for Maya Jacques with the red eye. All right, Dominic Isaac out of Southie running the big 2021 Ram 3500. Going to go down the 8th mile with Sullivan Groff. I didn't think he was here today. I think he got his hair cut or something. No. And he's running a Canyon? What the heck is going on? Looks like we're going to be chatting later. All right, there's that carbon footprint going down. Dominic Isaac with the diesel dually. And through the 8th mile, it is Dominic through 11:18, 11:84 for Sullivan Groff. Well, we're going to open up the souvenir booth in a while, just a bit. But once again, hey, there is some souvenirs still left. As well, Brenda walking around, we are selling 50/50s. The word is the one that got sold a few weeks ago that didn't get claimed. Someone is coming tomorrow, so hopefully we got that one claimed. All other 50/50s have been claimed. So we will let you know tomorrow on the potential winner. As well, there is a memo on the Tech Shack on the ladder side, so take a look. The SDRA wants to propose something for a Super Pro class structure. So once again, members, make sure you take a look because that will be proposed, and that will be at the AGM meeting later in Regina. All right, it's Jack Procopue with the big 4x4. Yeah, we're still waiting for some more tech cards to get loaded. Well, it is going to be the VP Fuel lane through the 8th mile first to 981. Tiger Automotive lane, 1107. Junior Dragster stage in lane 1. Junior Dragster stage in lane 1. Street Legal, 5 and 6. Final call, Street Legal and Junior Dragster. And Cameron, I believe, is going to be a single pass here at the Junior Street Legal. That's right, running 8th mile. Good job. All right, Cameron Arnstad out of Maidstone. And I think that is out of Macklin. Or maybe I'm making rumors up. I don't know. We never update our stuff maybe sometimes quick enough. Either way, Cameron left the 8th mile with a red eye through the top 8th. 908 at 81 miles an hour. All right, just a couple more classes to finish up with licensing, and then we're going to get underway with our second time trial. Radio, you haven't been called yet, radio tire, but you guys will be on deck. We'll be a little bit of a trek prep, but we're just about through our first time trial of the day. So once again, we'll start with radio tire. You guys haven't been called to staging yet. You guys are on deck. All right, we got Laura Pitko with the 95 Intrepid. All right, top of the 8th through 1171, 57 miles an hour. Yes, we're going to say it a lot. Mopar with Mopar. Matt Hendry on the line first with the D150 truck. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. That's right, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class now. Wow, red eye for Evan Stephenson. 006 for Matt Hendry. Evan got through the top end, total of 5 with the red eye. Hendry in 006, really good reaction time through the top end, 1791. Well, he used to have a vehicle called Gnome. Now this one's called Nomeo. Our good friend just made his way back all the way from New Brunswick. That's right, our French-Canadian Gilles Bass. Good to see you back here, bud. And safe travels. Yes, he's back. He's getting the time slip with Amanda Jasic Flamin out of Regina. And it's not Amanda Jasic Flamin, that's a white Trans Am. Is that Amanda in the white one? Okay, here we go again. 1481, 90 miles an hour. Gilles Basque, 1651, 84 miles an hour. All right, Trevor Jasic out of Saskatoon running a red Trans Am. Getting this time slip with the Audi out of Saskatoon, Graham Robertson. So it shows you can actually race anything out at SIR. We do handicap or bracket racing, they call it. Right now doing time qualifying. The best racers reading the Christmas tree to the right. Either get lane choice or maybe the 5 run. And once again, you have to run your dial in. You can't run faster. We'll explain that during elimination rounds. But you guys can run anything out here at SIR. The Audi got through to 13:17. That's a good fast time. 14:49 for Trevor Jasic. All right, just picking up that Tiger Automotive lane. We'll get underway here shortly. Now's a great time. Make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat. Grab something to drink. Ice cream, well, maybe not just yet, but I think it's going to warm up a little bit later this afternoon. Actually, pretty good conditions for drag racing. We want it a little bit cooler. Air a little bit more denser. Put more fuel down that carburetor, injector, whatever you're running. All right, another young gentleman. Well, both young gentlemen both come out of junior dragster. Braden the Snake Bentley, Taylor Jasic. Now running in the street legal class. We got Camaro with Trans Am. We got Cousin Racing here. Mullet Mafia. Well, this round goes to Taylor. Red Eye for Braden Bentley. 148 reaction time for Taylor. 030. Red Eye for Braden. And half track looks like side by side. Taylor gets through to 1401, 1479 for Braden. Well, we got to thank, actually congratulate our friends out of Edmonton as well as Langley, BC, down at the U.S. Nationals. Congratulations, Nathan Sitko with the Hodgson Racing Team. They won her with the nostalgic funny cars, as well as Sean Cowie out of Langley, BC, top alcohol dragster. So congratulations to our Canadian racers putting their names on the map down at the U.S. Nationals. And as well, our condolences to Paul Kleckner and his family. That's right, Spike. A lot of us know him at SAR. We're celebrating 60 years next year, and he definitely comes to mind. My favorite memory of him coming to SIR a long time ago, they built a first junior dragster, and he used to strap it on a station wagon, tow his Challenger race car all the way from Moose Jaw. It was always a spectacle to watch Paul come here, so Paul, you're definitely going to be missed here. Thank you for what you all did here at SIR, Spike. All right, we're back to the Audio Warehouse. Street Legal, that's Marcy Desjardins getting the time slip with Core Rock Construction. Dave Leverton out of Martinville. Well, reaction time went to Dave Leverton with the truck, a 148 to a 377. And Dave Leverton through 1377, 1539 for Marcy Desjardins. And looks like Chad Novak with Tracy Murray. That's right, Derek and Tracy out of Yorkton, part of the Cambuster Racing Team. So she's running the 2024 Mustang. Chad Novak, a 2000 Mustang. First call for Radio Tires, 1 and 2. Radio Tires, 1 and 2. First call. Radio Tires, 1 and 2. Well, Chad Novak out the gates a little too quick with a red eye. Tracy Murray, well, she's going to work on that reaction time, but either way, she's getting familiar how to go down the track. And that is one pass at a time, right? Top end, it is Chad Novak through to 1506, 1691 for Tracy. All right, Sherry Gordon out of Grandora with the Magnum, getting the time slip with the Superior Diesel Blazer, Jay Steele. Well, Sherry Gordon, oh boy, she's not going to like that time slip. And 002, almost a perfect light, 2/1000th of a red eye. 107 reacts time for Jay Steele. Blazer through, 1383. Red eye for Sherry Gordon, 1459, 95 miles an hour. Second call, radial tire. Second call, 1 and 2, radial tire. And that's right, you guys are running 8 mile here. All right, Nate Gross, yes, we got a bunch of people out of Selby. Always good to see these guys out here. Nate running the 20 Ram, 2500, getting the time slip. Well, Walter, Fruit Loop for nets. And he's running a Maxima. Usually running the old Corvette, but hey, nice to change it up a little bit, right? Well, Nate, oh boy, you're not going to like your time slip. 2/1000th of a second red eye. 0021. My God, that's almost a zip trip. 0000. Nate through 1515, 1485 for Walter Furnets. All right, just running a couple more, and then we are going to get into the second round of time trials here at SIR. Radial tire, we need you in 1 and 2, third call. Radial tire, 1 and 2, third call. All right, looks like I'm going to be doing a licensing pass for our friends out of LaSalle, Manitoba, Warren Cook. So, hey, we got some friends from Manitoba. Let's make them feel welcomed here, right? Yes, we got the Banjo Bowl, but we're all drag racers here, right? Friendly rivalry. All right, Warren Cook, let's see what he does. He did a half pass. He's in control of his Ford Mustang. Has to make a number of passes down the track to show everyone he can control this car. And to get into the class he wants to get in. Well, red eye, but you know what? 3/4 track, he shuts her down. And fairly straight run, gets through at 1079, 85 miles an hour, shut off. All right, a little bit of preparation. Now we're going to run our junior dragster. So radio tire, 1 and 2. Radio tire, you are now open to staging lanes, 1 and 2, radio tire. All right, I believe the preparations have been made for our first run here, first time trial of our junior dragsters. And that's right, it'll be the Jacek Flamin family out of Regina. Turbo Thomas. All right, Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. Third call, final call. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. All right, we got some test vehicles coming up a little bit later in the program. You hear, I believe it's the 11 cap fired up. Dave Bodnerchuk on hand to give Dwayne a hand. And Riley McClellan making a run a little bit earlier today. A little bit more icing on the cake here today. Once again, final call for Radio Tire. Radio Tire, final call. All right, Leia, it looks like it'll be a single pass for her. All right, Lightning Leia making her way down the 8th mile. And top of the 8th, Leia gets through, runs 1180 at 53 miles an hour. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. First call for Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go. Looks like they're trying to still get Thomas fired up here. Let's see what happens. We're going to give him a couple minutes. Well, once again, while you're waiting, hey, get up and move around. Right now, the 11's fired up in the camp there, making sure the alternators all fired up, warmed up. Dave Bodnerchuk giving him a hand here today. So we got a few feature vehicles here today. I believe Whitehead's pulled up, didn't they? We'll find out a little bit later, right? Well, looks like we're going to scrub this run. We're going to get that junior dragster back in the pits. We're going to see what's going on with it. But either way, good job, guys. You tried. And we're just going to prep the track one more time. And that's right, today we're racing for the rod, the WDRA rod. And point series final tomorrow. Lots of things happening this weekend. We do have 8 Mile Racing Cam Busters back with us in a couple weeks there. 8 Mile Drag Racing. So right now we're just getting ready to run our second time trial here. There's Brenda Goebel walking around. That's right, we're going to have 50-50 today again. And that missing 50-50 a couple weeks ago, someone's coming with the winning ticket tomorrow, so just kind of wait. But I do believe it'll get claimed tomorrow. We'll let you know. As for all the other 50-50s, once again, thank you so much. A lot of improvements here at SIR. Couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much for helping us with our 50-50s. And Brenda, thank you under taking this on. And we're going to do it again today. And once again, you don't have to be here to claim it. All you got to do is message us and say, hey, you got the winning ticket. And we will hold it for you. So once again, we've got the draw back on the 15th. And someone's coming tomorrow with the winning ticket. All right, track being prepped. We got Carmen once again. Yes, she's working the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens with Great Western Products. Once again, we just ask, please have responsible beverages. We definitely want to see you out here again. There's other families out there. So we definitely want to make sure everyone comes back again to their favorite place. That's right, SIR. It is the season final this weekend here with our points race season, and we're back in a couple weeks with the Cam Busters 8 Mile race. So we're not done racing yet, and hopefully the weather straightens out for the rest of the year. Once again, Pro, second time trial. Let's go, Pro. All right, Pro, let's load those staging lanes. Let's go. Pro, let's go. So we will be opening up the souvenir shop at about noon till about 4. If you need to grab some swag yet, once again, we got to thank Impressions and Thread, Cheryl and Sean Lachambe. And what a great season again here. Once again, we got to thank everyone, the racers and the crews. And there she is, making her way down the track. Lightning Leia. Good job. That's right. So once again, never boring out here. Hey, we got a little bit of downtime. Get up, move around, get those legs moving. Grab a drink, go in the pits, take a look, talk to the racers. If they don't look too busy, they like to brag about the rides. Especially that Arnie Josephson guy, doesn't he? I got to come and chat with you, bud. It was good to... I know, there we go, yeah. Oh, no. Let's keep working on her, bud. Or is that just the air pressure gauge? I hope it's only the air pressure gauge. Not the nitrous boost. All right, so we're just about there. Pro, let's go. Second time trial, Radial Tire. You guys should be in 1 and 2. And the track is almost prepped and ready to go. Well, we got some new crew members helping out Joan and Richard Skopik this hour. Brent Sewer family. Thank you guys for coming out, giving him a hand, sponsoring his car out here. Yeah, newly wrapped. I didn't even recognize it. Last race, I said it was a new dragster here at SIR, but they fooled me, right? Doesn't take much to fool the track announcer here, does it? Nope. So once again, thank you for everyone coming out this weekend, coming to our sandbox, having some fun with us. We got some friends out of Brandon, Manitoba, in that area. Thank you guys for coming out. We got a licensor as well out of Manitoba. As well, all our regular racers, SIR Truly Saskatchewan International Raceway. We can't do this without everyone helping us out this weekend. It looks like Mother Nature helping us. I know she was a terrible slug this weekend, or this year, this season, but I'll tell you to end it, and wow, what a feature race we had here. Incredible. I got to re-announce the race at Bamboo Shoots a couple weeks ago, and I really got more time to watch the race at different angles, and I'll tell you, that is going to be one heck of a feature to top. But hey, next year, 60 years anniversary here at SIR. Oh, I think we're going to top it. But boy, once again, thank you, everyone. We are having a great season and a very different season. We're kind of like farmers. We're very weather dependent. So anybody farming, hey, we do wish you guys safe and a bountiful harvest. Well, look at that. That's right. James Frayne up here with the truck. We got a few people sneaking in here. Rashina, I thought we locked the gates. She can't hear me. All right, looks like Pro is just about there. Final call for Pro. Final call for Pro. And yes, the game hasn't started yet, but I'm going to tell you right off the bat, I got it taped. I know a lot of people are taping it. The Banjo Bowl here today. A few people in their green and white. Yeah, we got some football fans out here, so I'm not going to announce anything, so we don't spoil anybody. Maybe we'll see what the reaction is after the game to see if I really want to watch it or not. But after that last game, wow, couldn't ask for a better game. Very exciting right down to the wire. And let's keep it friendly, right? We got friends from Manitoba. We love the Jets. We love Manitoba. Love the Guess Who. Just don't like the Bombers, right? Well, we talk about that, but, you know, we got to say our condolences as well. I was never a Montreal Canadian fan, but I got to say I have nothing but respect and admiration for Kenny Dryden. Unfortunately, the goalie passed away, 78 years old, so our condolences to Kenny Dryden from the Canadians. Hey, he made us proud in 72. Well, this guy looks familiar. That's right, Performance Plus, Brian Stevenson. And he's got the red Mustang all going again. That's right, he's testing it. Lots of upgrades. Good to see Brian behind the wheel again. Wow, what a launch. And he said, you know what, we better shut her down here, pulling the front wheels. I think just before the 60-foot, but wow, what a run. And how about that? He shut her down, still went through it at 1378. And my gosh, he shut her down before the 330. So what a run. All right, Radio Tire, we are going this route. And we got the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, Colin and his family. And boy, what a job on this S10. What a beautiful vehicle. All right, Colin G out of the burnout box first. He's out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. And I'll tell you, check it out on Facebook. What a wonderful job on that S10 building it. And Mike Gross, yeah, we know this Ford out on Regina. Beautiful Mustang. Love street cars with the license plate behind the parachute. Well, looks like Mike Gross still working on the starting line. Yeah, spinning it. Yeah, backed off on it. Colin G, how about a 771, 181 miles an hour. All right, just take a look at the top end, make sure everything is okay. Well, a lot of interesting vehicles here this weekend. We've got Dwayne Trelevin with the Roadster with Mr. Dave Bodnerchuk giving him a hand here today. A little bit earlier, James Frayne, I seen driving by with that truck out of Weyburn. There's a lot of interesting vehicles here, and boy, there's an interesting creature. I thought we had security called. Jeff Semenek, what the heck are you doing here? I thought we had security already lined up. How'd you slip through? Did you go through the fence? Good to see you, bud. Are you racing? No, next year. Okay. I'm going to hold you to it. I want to see that Mustang down the track again. Or did you change to Chevy? There. Oh, look at that one. Is that a Chevy in the back of that shirt that pulled the wheels? It's Mopar here. Usually Mopar. I'm teasing you, bud. Good to see ya. Well, he's coming down the track. Unfortunately, boy, oh boy, blew the hood off the car. But anyways, he's going to be back in. All right, final call for Pro. You guys should be in stage, and final call for Pro. And once again, beautiful day here at SIR. Wing, well, just a bit of a flutter on the flag at the starting line. That's what we kind of want. A little bit of a breeze, kind of cooler air. Cooler air, better fuel. That's right. You can make these engines run a little bit more richer, faster. And traction's been here all year. Yes, we did. Pro Mod, that's right. Mike Gonziola, new track record at the feature, 587, 233 miles per hour. Well, you see the white mist coming out of Chase Strand's hood. That's right, he's running nitrous. Getting the time slip with Frank Mahon's off out of Yorkton. Well, double red eyes. Chase Strand through at 11:58, 11:80 for Frank Mahon's off. All right, this young man out of the junior dragster program is number here to go now with the Mullet Mafia Pro. That's right, the Boatman family celebrating 25 years. Out of Martinsville, getting the time slip for our friends out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Rob Phillips from Mason Boatman. Rob Phillips for time trials slip. Second round of time trials. Well, Mason, Red Eye 0009. Well, Red Eye makes it through 977, 982. Rob Phillips, good reaction time at 067. All right, we got the alternate out of Aberdeen. That is Riley McClellan. Get the time slip with Jake Fiesel out of Regina. Well, reaction time goes to Jake Fiesel, 009, 020 for Riley McClellan. McClellan gets her first with the alter to 944. Jake Fiesel through, 1021. Looks like we're going to shut her down for a second here, guys. All right, just take a look at the track here and make sure it's clear to go. Final call for pro, final call for pro. You should be in staging. All right, looks like we're fired up once again. It'll be Derek Murray out of Yorkton with Jared McIntosh out of Outlook. Derek Murray out of Yorkton. That's right, the Cam Busters. Hopefully we'll be back in a couple weeks. 8th mile racing here at SIR. Thank you guys, the Cam Busters. Frank, Gary, Brad, Eric. Well, Derek's on his game. Good reaction time. Derek in 019.053. Jared McIntosh reaches the top end first, 965. 1025 for our friend with the Mustang. All right, our next pair, Anita Henry on the line first out of Dundurn. Henry's Motorsports OK Tire. Get the time slip with Mark Adams out of Craven, his new ride, 67 Camaro. Prairie Industrial Health Services and Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating, his sponsors out of Craven. So once again, pro on stage and lanes. Licensing, come up anytime you're ready to license. Stage and lane 1 or 2. Licensers only, come up whenever you're ready to license 1 or 2. And testers, you guys are after Super Pro. Top end, Anita Henry through 1061 with the red eye. Adams went the reaction time at 2:57, got through 9:77. Well, I tell you, our friend Rich Bedford's going to have one heck of a picture on this one. These Mopars out of southern Saskatchewan, Perry Fletcher of White City with the burgundy white. And Mike Alexander with the tan. These guys, 64 Belvedere's. And both cars launching. Perry Fletcher got through action time in 041 to a 179, and it looks like Fletcher will get there first. He does. 10:17, 10:04 for Mike Alexander. 179 reaction time. All right, it is Dwight Grzybowski with Stolen Dignity. Plymouth. Get the time slip with Heather Bennett out of White City. And that is Rashina Grzybowski, that's right. On the starting line, watching Dad go down the track. Heather Bennett through, 1094, 1036, the time for Dwight Grzybowski. All right, next pair out of Regina, Camden Diesel out of Regina with Brian Hicks out of Regina. Chevelle versus Nova. Well, they're still getting time strips, Mike's here. We're not in elimination rounds just yet. Well, Camden got the extra time in 013. Will cross the quarter mile first. 10:22 is time. Brian Hicks, 097 reaction time through to 10:86. All right, we've got our next pair out of Regina. Good to see Dan Boat. And I never know, but you know what? Doesn't hurt to ask. That car might be for sale. 79 Trans Am. Dan Boat getting the time slip with Dave Fuzzy Kerr. That's out of Regina, 62 Fury. Well, Dan Boat on his game in 021 reaction time. A red eye for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. And the Pontiac Trans Am through 999. 1209 for our friend with the Plymouth. All right, Andrew L. with the truck, getting the time slip with the perfect light earlier. Richard East out of Brandon. Once again, we welcome our friend from Manitoba. Well, double red eyes on this round. And Andrew L. will cross the line first. He's through, runs at 9:58 with the truck, 10:82 for our friend with the Malibu out of Manitoba. All right, good to see Barry Pollard up from Regina. 76 Roadrunner, stock, super stock. And you know what? 60-year anniversary. He's definitely a big part of it. Running out of Regina for a number of years. That car for a long time. Well, Barry, first pass of the day, red eye, 126, but down the quarter mile, he get the time slip. And through the top 8, he gets through to 1183, 108 miles an hour. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. First call for Super Pro, 5 and 6. All right, Pump Crazy on the line out of Dundurn, Glenn Hendry. Getting the time slip, Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. And I'll tell you, keep mentioning the 60th anniversary, both of these guys. I remember Kim was a young girl out here helping at the concession when Hilda ran it. Now she's drag racing. Glenn's been drag racing for a number of years. Can't wait for it. Oh boy, double red eyes. So in elimination rounds, Kim Gallagher would have won this round. She ran afterwards, 11:02 through the quarter mile, 10:40 for our friend Glenn Hendry. All right, we've got Mopar with Mopar. We've got Regina with Regina. Let's watch. Mike Kilbride in the VP Fuel lane. Ken Daly in the Charger Automotive lane. Wow, Daly pulling the front wheels. Unfortunately, oh boy, 005 red eye. So Mike Kilbride, 056, got through, runs 11:14. Daly with the red eye, didn't miss it by much, though 5/1000 of a second through the top end, 10:15. Super Pro, let's go. 5 and 6, Super Pro, let's go. Second call. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Ryan Appleby out of Regina on the line first. Beautiful 68 Charger. Get the time slip with a bad influence challenger. The Lindo Concrete Supply, Ryan Doherty's challenger. And Doherty, oh, double red eyes on this one. These guys. So double red eyes. Appleby would have won the round in 987. 10:01 for our friend Ryan Doherty. Well, once again, we welcome our friends out of Brandon, Manitoba. Sangster with the gangster, Darren Sangster, 81 Cutlass. Like this car. Getting the time slip with Brandon Bennett out of White City in this Mustang. Brandon Bennett with the red eye. Darren Sangster, 060 reaction time. So let's take a look. Our friend out of Brandon with the good light, a 915, 150 miles an hour. Brandon Bennett with the red eye got through at a 906, 148 miles an hour. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, our next pair, Lauren Krieger out of Viscount with that Demon Mopar. That's right. Getting the time slip with Kaylee and Tyson Darrenowski's 99 S10. Well, side by side, looks like Tyson Darrenowski pulling away. No, it's Lauren Krieger, 1035, 1079 for our friend with the S10. All right, nice to know this car stayed in Saskatchewan. Fred Hine out of Weyburn. Yeah, we know the Hine name. Chris Hine running that 33 for a number of years. That's sick week and stuff. So Fred Hine out of Weyburn with that beautiful Willys Coupe. Getting the time slip with Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, 68 Cutlass 442. Once again, licensors, come up whenever you're ready. Station lane 1 or 2. Licensing 1 and 2. Come up anytime you're ready. Licensing only. Well, 020 reaction time. Haru down the track, 946. Fred Hine through, 963. All right, our next pair. Yes, we know this red Fairlane, Harold Penner and the Penner family out of Martinsville. That's right. Big part of our history here at SIR. Getting the time slip with Dale Weiss out of Regina. Old school racing. Well, Harold Penner pulling the front wheels on that Fairlane. Unfortunately, Dale Weiss with the red eye. So Harold Penner through at 10:06. 10:26, our friend out of Regina with the olds. Well, it's Isaac Stetner's dart now. Trying to get used to that one, but boy, what a nice car. Isaac Stetner, good to see the Stetners racing with us this weekend. They're getting the time slip with Nolan Penner. That's right, that is Harold's son Nolan with the white Fairlane. And that's Chad on the sideline watching his brother go down the track, taping it. Wow, clean start at the line. Isaac Stetner, 019 reaction time, a 112 for Nolan Penner. Side by side, but Isaac Stetner will reach the top bend first at 10:05. 10:35, the number for Nolan Penner. All right, first call for testers, 1 and 2. First call, testers, 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right, Johnson Atten, looks like he will conclude our Pro. That's right, the Queen City Performance Pro class with a single pass. Right out of Outlook with the Camaro. Well, Johnson's on his game in 0.33 reaction time through the quarter mile. Camaro gets through to 10.48, 129 miles an hour. Well, Warren Cook out of LaSalle, Manitoba. I'm going to take a hit on this. It's got to be around Brandon, Manitoba, right? We got a couple racers there. Either way, once again, we'd like to welcome our friends from Manitoba. That's right. We got friendly rivalry with the Bombers and the Riders, right? They can come play on our sandbox. They got nice race vehicles. They can come here anytime. Warren Cook with another licensing pass here. And it don't matter. She's red. He's just got to get her down the track to show he can hold that car. And boy, that's a nice straight pass this round. Good job, Warren. Shuts her down. 1040. 92 miles an hour. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Let's go, Testers. All right, souvenir shop is open. If you're looking for 50/50s, you'll find Brenda there. As well, we still got some swag left. She'll be running until about 4 o'clock. As well, we got 50/50s. We do have that winning ticket possibly tomorrow. So we'll find out. And we'll let you know. But all the other 50/50s have been claimed. All right, making the noise. That is Richard Skopik. That's Richard and Joan Skopik. They've got some crew members here today. That's right, the Sewer family. Provincial Vodka, Sewer and Poland Mechanical, their sponsors. Getting the time slip with Ed Desjardins out of Pilot Butte, Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers. So we got Door Slammer with the Dragster. Wow, 01, 02, and 011. This is a heads-up race with Skopik will get to the top end first. 807, Eddie Desjardins. 943. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, Kim Bernard. That's right, Kim and Lorianne out of Watson, Saskatchewan with that IROC 84 Camaro. Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, their sponsors. Getting the time slip with Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency. And that's right, Jake and Ray on the sidelines watching Bob make his pass here today. Wow, Bob Fiesel not off in a red eye. 003 red eye. 035 for Kim Bernard. Top 10, Camaro through to 880 with the red eye. Bob Fiesel, 878. All right, I like this. Both racers from southern Saskatchewan. Once again, we got to thank the LaChamp family. That's right, Sean and Cheryl. They got the new ride, Slayer, too. Yes, they've run a lot of different race vehicles over the year. This is his latest one. They are the official supplier for clothing here at SIR. That's right. Our souvenir shop open till about 4 o'clock here today. Grab something if you haven't got anything yet. Get in the time slip with Arnie Josephson. He's got that blue Barracuda. Well, Sean got direction time on this round at 026 to an 048. But it's the blue Barracuda, 858, 156 miles an hour. Sean LaChamp, 925, 146 miles an hour. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Licensing anytime. Come up on staging lane 1. All right, Brian Taylor. That's right, Brian Jody out of Melfort with that 78 Malibu. Thank you, Jody, the kids area for the feature. Awesome idea. And thank you for your help on that. Brian getting the time slip with Austin Stetner out of Regina, 27 Model T. PBJ 5-star, Stetner Auto, and Spider Electric, their sponsors. Well, red eye for Brian Taylor. How about this? Austin Stetner, 002 reaction time. He's on his game. That Model T Roadster through to 903, 897 with the red eye for Brian Taylor. All right, we got Travis McBain with Jamie Fiesel warming up the rear tires. We got Altered versus Dragster. Well, not yet. Still time trials. Mike, Travis McBain out of Saskatoon. Snooker Shack, Napa. McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical, his sponsors. And Jamie Fiesel, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, and Boat Auto out of Regina, his sponsors. Wow, perfect light for Travis McBain, 0004, 023 for Fiesel. McBain through 777, 172 miles an hour, 844, 153 miles an hour for Jamie Fiesel. All right, testers, final call 1 and 2. Testers, final call 1 and 2. Well, door slammer with Dragster, Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. That's right, Jason and Stacy Howdle. And Jason would like to thank his wife, Stacy. I'd like to thank her. She's helping us out here today. Wife, kids, grandson, mom, and sister were from Arizona. The SIR staff and the Lord above. We want to thank them all as well. Jason Taylor Fiesel, Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections out of Regina with the Dragster. Good reaction times, 012, 013, Fiesel through, 798, 167 miles an hour, 1022, 131 miles an hour for Barney. All right, Richie Harder out of Saskatoon, the RWH Motorsports Dragster. And Rich is getting our time slip with our friends out of Southie, the Isaac family. Sean Isaac behind the wheel, the Pontiac Firebird. Rich Harder, sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And that is Amy Schwab. That's right, crew chief watching the run. Richie Harder, 006 through the top end, 765, 174 miles an hour. Sean Isaac, well, got to work on the reaction time, but I'll tell you what, bud, 889, 150 miles an hour. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box. Yes, we're going to say it a lot this weekend. Mopar with Mopar, Cliff Horn with the Dodge Daytona out of Delmany. Getting the time slip of Jack Appleby at Emerald Park, 72 Dart. But right now, we're still at the time trials. Getting a few people here. What we're doing is time trials. The person or the racer that guesses or gets the best reaction time will get lane choice, maybe a bye run. So that's why we're running this. We got to know what the cars are going to do down the quarter mile. The Cars will use those for dial-ins. They can't run faster than that if it happens. It's called the breakout, double breakout. The car that breaks out the least takes the win. First call for Sportsman, first call for Sportsman. So Jack Appleby threw it at 919, 144 miles an hour, 906 for Cliff Horn, 148 miles an hour. Well, good to see Al Allen back. I believe the car was for sale. I think it might still be. It never hurts to ask. Beautiful Cutlass, Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports. Al Allen getting the time slip with the old dog himself, Fred Schwab. Yeah, we're going to celebrate 60 years of anniversary next year, and I'll tell you, he's been a big part of it. That's right, Fred and Teresa Schwab out of Dundurn. It looks like Al's still having issues, so he's got to figure it out. So Freddie Schwab's going to get the run down the track in 012 reaction time. And he gets through at 10:43, 127 miles an hour. And we're just going to go chat with Al Allen and see what's going on. All right, looks like we're going to push him out of the area. So, Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman to the staging lanes. Yes, we're racing for the rod today. That's right, the WDRA rod. Well, we got to wish a couple of happy anniversaries here to some of our racing family members. Yeah, Glenn and Angie Whitehead, and Lou and Tracy Fontaine. That's right, celebrating anniversaries this last week. And part of our drag racing family here at SIR. All right, Glenn, your Remco's Pontiac Acadian. It's got your Remco behind the wheel. That's right. Sponsored by Link Rentals, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBG 5-Star, Laser Autobahn, and ABS Competition. Getting the time slip, that's right, Chris and Catherine with the 65 Belvedere. Chris Kergessner, the driver out of Dundurn. And I believe Dylan's down there giving him a hand with the Remco clan. Chris Kergessner, 024 reaction time, 087 for Scotty Remco. All right, Smiling Leroy Schmidt, we got to thank this guy. He's been part of our 6th-year anniversary next year, helping us out with street legal volunteering, and part of our SIR Racing family here, PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim. Leroy Schmidt with the red eye making his way down that Tiger Automotive lane. And the Buick Regal crosses the line at 926, 144 miles an hour. All right, it's Dale Hoyer out of Regina, 68 Chevelle. Making a test pass with Steve Gabber out of Regina. It looks like it's a Performance Plus Challenger. He's been here before. All right, Dale Hoyer out of Regina, 68 Chevelle, got the reaction time in 018. Through the top end at 1221, 113 miles an hour, 1093, the number for Steve Gabber. Out of Regina, 135 miles an hour. All right, Sportsman, final call for Sportsman. Oh, boy, I like this matchup here. Dawson Sayes, ho, ho, ho. First pass. How about an 805, 173 miles an hour? New ride for our friend out of Prince Albert. He had a fast Monte Carlo, but I'll tell ya, this Camaro, incredible. Oh, boy. Scott Kioski out of Regina, but yeah, he did something on that run. Ouch. So Scott Kioski, yeah, still got to work on the reaction time, but boy, that Mustang fired up. He just got through the top end, 985. Well, these guys are running 8th mile, I believe, so 611. Well, we're going to have to see what's happening with Dawson. A bit of a backfire, maybe? All right, we're just going to get Dawson out of there, but I'll tell you, previous run was 173 miles an hour, 805 on a door slammer. Wow, very, very fast vehicle. Hopefully Dawson get her straightened out in the pits, see what went wrong on this run. All right. When's the last time you said Beretta? It's been a while. 1989. I love these cars. Brad Prokopiew out of New Lodge. Got to thank Brad as well, Lindo Concrete Supply, for helping pour some pads around here. And boy, he put the tires down on the asphalt on that one. You can hear them. 191 reaction time. How about 724, 182 miles an hour? Wow. Yes, these guys are happy with the run. All right, good to see our friends back on a waiver. James Frayne doing a ton of work to make this truck more solid. And Colin G helped him out with that. Let's see what he does first pass of the day. Well, I'll tell you what, James, for your first pass of the day, 823. 107 miles an hour, 179 miles an hour. Sorry about that. Wow. And that truck was a blower truck. He went to twin turbos. Couple weeks ago, boy, oh boy, they had to do some restructuring. Colin G and his family helping him out on that one. But I'll tell you, what a run for James Frayne out of Weyburn. All right, we're just checking out this Tiger Automotive Lane just to make sure everything is safe to go. Once again, get up, move around. Go to Hector's Grub Hub. That's right. We got April and Brad Enns making up the food there. They've got something for everyone. That's right. Ice cream, you scream. Please come. It gets very awkward. Why don't you just go to Hector's, grab some ice cream, right? As well, we've got Carmen. She is at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. That's right, featuring Great West products. So once again, she'll look after you. All we ask is responsible beverages, right? We want to make sure everyone gets home safe. Other families out there, we want to see you back here at SIR. So thank you to Carmen. As well, our souvenir shop. Yes, Brenda Goebel says there's stuff left still. So make your way down there. We got to thank our friends with Impressions in Thread. That's right. The Lachambe family, Sean and Cheryl Lachambe. So thank you for being our supplier again this year. And hey, 60-year anniversary next year. We're kind of discussing a few things in the works. So maybe some special T-shirts out there. Maybe a couple different colors, but I think that's going to be a great idea. So Brenda definitely taking hold of the situation. But I'll tell you, 60 years, I thought this year's feature was the best. I haven't seen a feature like that in a number of years. And that's going to be tough to top next year. But you know what? For the 60th, and we got the grandson, Devery Howard. He's got something on the go. He's not mentioning it just yet. He's got some things going on. So hopefully, that would really be neat to see the grandson of our founder here at SIR, the Howard family, coming back, maybe doing something incredible. We'll find out. But he's got a year to put it together. We'll see what happens. But I'll tell you, next year, it's going to be one heck of a feature. This year was incredible. If you have bamboo shoots, it is on Max Local on Demand. I got to re-announce that race, and I'll tell you, you had everything there. If you didn't find anything you didn't like, you don't like cars. Basic bottom line, because we had semis, we had jet cars, we had a nitro fuel bike, pro mods, funny cars, dragsters. Oh, my God. It was such a great feature and a lot of great people. We had some friends out of Winnipeg, very fast dragsters. Look forward to seeing those guys again in the new year. But I'll tell you, we still got this race. That's our point series. Yes, we're going to end up our point series this weekend. We're racing for the rod today. And in a couple weeks, we got to thank our cam busters. We're going to 8th Mile half track racing. So thank you to all our friends with the Cam Busters. Yorkton, I missed the race. You guys, if you ever can get it going again, and I know we probably won't, but I would definitely help you guys out again. The Cam Busters out of Yorkton ran it for how many years? And you guys, wow, you set up the track, you tore down the track. You guys did everything. And man, you guys are crazy. You still wanted to run a racetrack. You guys are crazy. But Frank, thank you for all your efforts for definitely promoting our track in the Yorkton area. You're 4 hours away. You're an incredible member. Thank you so much to the Cam Busters for the next couple weeks. 8th Mile Racing, thank you guys so much. Well, this guy is a true gearhead. Martin Marchak, usually running a Ford Mustang. He's been down the track with, that's right, Bruce Schmiedel's little Alter. Now he's been behind the From's 4-cylinder. Did I say 4? Very big cylinder motor. But what a neat Alter. And Martin Marchuk definitely getting some more driver's experience. Martin Laureen out of Regina with the Fromm family. Well, looks like Martin Marchuk got out the gates, but something not right, just pulls over. You can see a little bit on the track here. We're going to have to check it out, make sure everything is okay. All right, well, we're just checking out what's happening with Marchuks there. They made the pass, pulled over. Just going to make sure that VP fuel lane is ready to go. So once again, get up, move around. Go take a look in the pits. We got a few more feature cars showing up. And I don't know what else is out there. But I know the Trillevans, they fired up a little bit earlier. Dave Bodnerchuk giving them a hand here this weekend. So good to see Dwayne back, making sure that everything is running right. talking to him about the feature. Boy, he had gremlins that day, but you know what? He wanted to run. He did blow the blower belt the day before testing, but he is back here today to get the gremlin off the back. Make sure that 23 Altered is going to go down the track. All right, that's right, Sully. Junior Street, co-pilot class 3-4. That's right, first call. Junior Street, co-pilot class, first call 3 and 4. Well, all right, Brad Bludoff out of Yorkton. Or is it Vermilion? We're teasing him. With the Mustang, the car is for sale. Talk to this guy. It's a very quick car. But there we go. James Frayne, I'll tell you what, 823, 179 miles an hour. James Frayne, 823, 179 miles an hour on that truck. Well, back to Brad Bludoff. He had an 020 reaction time, got the top end, 990, 138 miles an hour. Well, this ain't your daddy's Cadillac, it's Blair Alderton's Cadillac, and it is very fast. And he said, Mike, it's not just the chip. He did a bunch of other upgrades on this thing, but I'll tell ya, she's a very fast Cadillac. Blair Alderton up with Cole Cements out of Nacum. Yeah, it's probably a 318 in that Dakota. Well, Alderton out the gates, 075 at the top end. How about a 1002, 139 miles an hour. Cole Cements, 1335, 103 miles an hour. All right, Mike Bayachek out of Regina. Good to see the 69 Nova back up here. It's been a little while. Had some issues on his first pass. Let's see what he's got. He's back in the pits. Maybe got her figured out. Let's find out with this pass. But boy, oh boy, very fast Nova out of Regina. Well, nice straight run, Mike. How about a 951, 147 miles an hour? All right, another licensing pass for our friends out of LaSalle, Manitoba. Warren Cook, 88 Mustang LX. That's right, another licensing pass. He's got to make a number of passes just to show he can control that vehicle. And he knows how to run it. And I'll tell you, his previous runs, he's got her. Another pass. And it's a straight pass through the VP fuel lane. How about a 976? 116 miles an hour. All right, now I'm very confused. The Matajasic I'm back with the black GTA. The Owen DeJarley out of Regina with the Vega. All right, racers, we are doing 3 time trials, so get prepared. We're about midway through our second, but we are getting 3 time trials in today, so just make sure you guys are ready to go. And it is a double red eye, so Owen DeCharlet through to 12:20, 11:59 for Amanda Jasic. All right. It's our friend from New Brunswick. That's right. French-Canadian Gilles Basque back in Saskatoon. Running the 20 grand wagon. That's right, the Dodge. That doesn't look like a Ford Mustang, Gilles. Chad Novak's running a Ford Mustang. Well, red eye for Chad, 053. Hey, Gilles, you can kind of light with the family wagon, bud, 053. Well, Chad Novak's going to cross the quarter mile first. And Chad got through, runs a 14:42. Gilles' turn, 16:73. Final call for the co-pilot class, but I think you guys are pretty well there. Junior Street Legal co-pilot class, final call. Nice run, Mike. Well, we got Ford versus Dodge this round. And Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. Hey, with Glenn Sally, the crew chief. And we know Glenn, that's right, 60 years we're celebrating next year. He's part of it. He ran propane race vehicles here for a number of years. He, I think, concluded with the ProMod propane-powered vehicle. So Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. Sherry Gordon out of Grandora. Chase with the red eye, well, double red eyes on this round. They'll still get the quarter-mile slips. And Chase will get through the top end first. Runs 11:63. And it is 14:74 for Sherry Gordon. So once again, racers, we got 3 time trials. We're just about concluding our second time trial. We're going to get a third one in. So don't despair. Make sure you got your vehicle ready for the next round of time trials. Jay Steele with the Superior Diesel Blazer, RWH Transmission, RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission, Outcast Racing member. Getting the time slip with Sean Arnstad out of Macklin, 22 Kona. Well, times 030 for Sean, 061 for Jace. And it looks like the Kona will reach the top end first. 13:44, 13:93 for our friend Jace. Well, he says, let's go in the back window. I'd like to thank the Mullet Mafia for helping him out. Reed Automotive, his sponsor, 78 Nova, Darren Shimko. I think you're supposed to put Ryder on top of that. Let's go, Riders. Or Ryder, let's go. Well, either way, he's going to get the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. 78 Aspen. And Evan got through X time, no 3-1 to a 152. Side by side, looks like Shimko will get there. No, Evan Stephenson, 12:08 to a 12:24. Well, if they didn't have enough of it the first time, they're going to come back and do it again. They just changed lanes. Matt with his wife Chantel on the line. Hendry's Motorsports. Chantel with the yellow duster. Matt with the truck. Well, actually, Matt got through action time 022 to 067, but Crystal mid-track pulling away. Yellow duster through to 12:61. Hendry's time. Matt Hendry. He gets through it at 17:98. Junior Dragster, first call, staging lane 1. Junior Dragster, staging lane 1. Street legal, 5 and 6. First call, street legal, 5 and 6. First call. Licensing only. Whenever you're ready, come on up. We'll get you licensed. And we are doing a third time trial, so guys, get ready. We are going to call you for a third time trial. Clay Simmons with Elvira. That's what the license plate says in the VP fuel lane. Getting the timing slip with Garrett Gerwing. That's right, he's with the Howell family out of Lloydminster, Alberta. That's Jason watching, taping his son going down the track. And Garrett with the red eye. Doesn't do that very often. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? Well, we just did. It looks like Clay Simmons will reach the top end first, 12:92. 107 reaction time. Red eye for Garrett. Got through to 13:09. Well, once again, they're doing it to me. Eric Humphreys changing his truck, a D150 this round, to getting the time slip with Steve Ross out of Cupar, Saskatchewan, 86 Mustang. Well, it's a red eye for Eric. It's 195 reaction time for Steve. And mid-track, the Mustang pulling away. So Steve out of Cupar will cross the quarter mile first. 14:27 the time on the Mustang. Truck through to 18:77. Street legal 5 and 6. Street legal 5 and 6. Well, I gotta call him the Cheshire Cat, because you know Chad Penner's just got a big smile on his face as he goes through that gears. That's right. He's old school. He likes standard transmission. It takes a lot more skill to drive than an automatic, right, guys? We got Owen and Dad there, but I'll tell you what, he does a pretty good job in this Mustang. Well, I'd say Chad's got the pattern down. Let's say quarter mile, 11:44, 123 miles an hour. Street legal, street legal. We need you in 5 and 6. All right, well, we're into the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal. We call it the Co-Pilot Class. You got to have someone that has a vehicle. You got to be 13 years and older. Yeah, there's a ton of paperwork, but I'll tell you what, this is but the best way to family race here at SIR economically, and usually racing and economics don't go hand in hand. But here you are, you can run the family ride, and you got to be 13 years and older. Yeah, you got to have somebody with the vehicle. So what they're going to do is the 8 Mile Pass. We got Nikita Blanchard up with the unknown rider. Still don't have that card loaded up just yet. But these guys are going to run half track. So Nikita gets through at a 995, 72 miles an hour. Our friend in the Tiger Automotive lane through a 982. Yes, reaction times. They're qualifying as well. They are race drivers. At 13 years old, you can have some fun. Well, Marty Breeze putting on the show. I kept thinking it's Sullivan Groff. But I'll tell you, this young lady out of Prince Albert, I got to thank them. They gave me a T-shirt with the announcer on that. I shared it on Facebook. We took our picture. So thank you so much for being a part of this, guys. You guys make this fun. Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert, Aurora Chiropractor, her sponsor. She's got the checkered pass taxi going up against Dominic Isaac out of Southie. And he's running that dually carbon. That's right, that diesel down the 8th mile. Well, Marty, oh boy, 030 reaction time. She crosses the 8th mile first to 916. Dominic Isaac, our friend out of Southie, gets through to 1089, 69 miles an hour. So yes, racers, get ready. Third time trial will be coming up. We're going to do one more time trial. All right, still got a couple more hours for the souvenir shop. Brenda Goebel in there as well. We're selling 50/50s again. And we did have one unclaimed ticket, but somebody's coming tomorrow. So we'll find out who is the winning ticket. But all other 50/50s have been claimed here. So, boy, Sullivan, Groff, I'll tell ya. And that doesn't look like Shane beside you. What's going on, Megan? Good to see you here back. So Megan and Sullivan in the truck in the Tiger Automotive lane. Jack Prokopiew out of New and Lodge with the 21 Soul. So the riders exchange drivers or the vehicles in the stage and lanes. They'll make their 8th mile run. They'll come down the return lane like Nikita. And they will get their time slip. That's right, Linda Sabiston. Fan favorite, right? But hey, this is great. Great way of family racing. And boy, if you ever want to spend some time with your kid, it's really tough sometimes. Well, you got them for a few seconds at least, or a few minutes going down the track. So right now, Sullivan Groff got the reaction time on this one at 1:30. No, he didn't. He didn't. 0.72 for Jack. Sullivan a 1:35 reaction time. He got through 11:86, but Jack Prokopiew snuck in 11:08 on that vehicle. Final call for Street Legal. Final call for Street Legal 5 and 6. Well, we got Johnson Adams out of Craven, 21 Duramax. With Maya Jacques out of Regina, and this young lady, boy, oh boy, she's got a few rounds under her. Very good racer out of Regina, Pro Reefer Mobile, Dyna Crane, Metermen Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. Well, Maya Jacques got the reaction time in 0.85 to a 2:46, but top of the 8th, Jansen got there first with the Duramax, 10:00, 11:42. So, yes, they're going to race like everyone else. They've got to put dial-ins. They are qualifying with the time trials. They're drag racing, and they're learning how to do it. All right, looks like Cameron Arnstead with the single pass. Cameron through the 8th mile at 9:04, 81 miles an hour. All right, Laura Pitka with the Intrepid. All right, the Intrepid down the track, going down the 8th mile. Laura, 5:83 reaction time. All right, Radio Tire, 1 and 2. Radio Tire, third time trial, first call, 1 and 2. Laura Pitka out of Saskatoon, 11:66, 59 miles an hour. Down the 8th. All right, third time trial. All right, just picking up the starting line here as we get ready for our Audio Warehouse Street Legal. And once again, racers, we're getting a third time trial. That's right, Radio Tire, 1 and 2. Radio Tire, third time trial, second call, 1 and 2. All right, we got Tracy Murray. That's right, she's out of Yorkton, part of the Cambuster Racing team. She's getting the time slip with Sherry Gordon out of Grandora. We know Sherry. Sherry out the gates too quick. She wants that WDRA. We're racing for the rod today, but she's got a red eye. Tracy Murray, a 5:90 reaction time. Looks like Sherry will get to the quarter mile first. Runs a 14:62. Tracy's time. She's through at a 15:39. All right, brother and sister. It is Trevor Jasic up against Amanda Jasic Flamin. Ho, look at Amanda out the gates. But that's right, she got through X time 026 to a 146. Side by side, looks like sisters got this one. And Amanda, no, Trevor passed her a 1444, 1496 for Amanda. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Radio Tire 1 and 2. And look at that. We've got the Trelevin clan getting the roadster out for a run down the track. So we got some extra icing on the cake here for you today, folks. We got a few people testing. All right, Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. Up with Graham Robertson with the Audi. So once again, you can race any vehicle out there. You got to know what your vehicle's running in the quarter mile. That's where the science comes in with drag racing. You got to know your car. You can't run faster than your laps time, so that's why we're doing time trials. Reaction time, hey, you get either lane choice, you might get a bye run. So there is privileges in that. Wow, Evan Stephenson almost a perfect light. 004. 299 for a friend with the Audi, and Evan Stephenson will get across the quarter mile first. 12:05. Graham through at 13:81. All right, hey, Mullet Mafia. These guys both in junior dragsters for a bunch of years. Good to see Taylor Jassic back with the 2010 Camaro. Braden the Snake Bentley, 97 Trans Am. And reaction time this round with the Taylor. And looks like he's going to cross the line first in the VP Fuel lane. He does at 13:65. Braden's time through at 15:05. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Radio Tire 1 and 2. All right, bonjour, Gilles Basque, our French-Canadian friend, originally from New Brunswick, went and visited family. He came back. Good to see Gilles back. Gilles getting the time slip with Dave Leverton. That's right, Core Rock Construction. Unfortunately, Dave left a little too soon. 057 reaction time for the truck. 139 reaction time for the van. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? Usually Gilles runs Mustang, you know. Dave Leverton through at 1391, 1670 for our French-Canadian friend, Gilles Basque. Radio Tire 1 and 2, Radio Tire 1 and 2. And Chad Novak, that's right, Hot Wheels, out of Kenora, Saskatchewan. Going to get the time slip with Marcy Descharlet. Running the Equinox. Gee, I don't know, between the Desjardins and the Fiesels, I don't know which family's got more people racing here. That'd be kind of interesting to find out. Anyways, reaction time went to Chad Novak this round, 086 to a 554. And it will be the convertible Mustang through. Chad Novak through, 1437, 1522 for Marcy. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. And looks like we're getting ready. Closer with the run with the Trail 11 clan down the track. All right, we got the Superior Diesel Blazer. Jay Steele getting the time slip with Walter Furnetz. Running a Nissan Maxima. Well, Jay's got the reaction time in 060 to a 103, and the Blazer gets their first 1390, 1484 for our friend Walter Furnetz out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. Third call, Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. All right, Nate Gross out of Southie, and I'll tell you, this guy can catch a pretty good reaction time. I hope I didn't jinx him on this one. He's part of the Friends out of Southie, Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip with Matt Hendry. That's right. Mopar with Mopar. We got old versus new. 2020 ramp to a 1992 D150. Oh boy, look at these times. Matt Gross, 004 good light. 006 red light for Matt Hendry. Wow. I'll tell you, Nate, you got a pretty darn good light with those trucks. A 1519. And Matt Hendry, not bad either. Red Eye got through to 1799. Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. Final call, Radio Tire, 1 and 2. All right, the Trillevens fired up. Once again, I'd like to thank Dave Bondarchuk for his help this weekend and the rest of the crew. Unfortunately, couldn't get her together for the feature. He was very disappointed, but says we got to figure out for next year, get her ready. So they're here to make a pass. Dwayne Trilleven. What a beautiful car. Nice straight burnout. Dwayne Trilleven out of Grandora, DAB Welding, Dave Bodnerchuk, YXE Auto. And I'll tell you, we're going to be celebrating 60 years of drag racing. We definitely remember Beth Trilleven. We lost her a couple years ago, but I'll tell you, one heck of a crew chief for Dwayne for a number of years. Now he's got his sons helping him out. Dave Bodnerchuk. And Bodnerchuk out the gates. And he shuts it down 3/4. How about an 821, 122 miles an hour? Remember, first pass of the day, you kind of want to get down the track, but you want to make sure everything's good. So I'm sure during to 11 may make another pass yet, but hey, for first pass of the day, he's there. Radio Tire, we need you guys in 1 and 2. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. All right, we're going to do the Junior Dragsters here. Once again, Radio Tire 1 and 2. We're waiting for a few more vehicles. Radio 1 and 2. And Pro 5 and 6, third time trial, first call. Pro 5 and 6, first time trial. Third time trial, first call. There we go, Mike. Been a long day at the office so far, right? It's been a great day, though. There's a little bit of icing down in the cake. That's right. We had Dwayne Trelevin make a pass. Was alcohol blown altered? Well, once again, we got the AGM meeting coming up here, and members, they are voting on something. They gave you 45 days notice, so make sure you read the memo. If you don't have it, it is on the tech shack on the ladder side. So take a look at the memo. They'll be voting for it. That's right, in Regina, the banquet, Saturday, November 15th. I don't know if there's still tickets available at the front gate, but either way, make sure we know you're coming. Final call for Radio Tire. Final call for Radio Tire. Pro. Second call. Third time trial. Let's go 5 and 6. Pro 5 and 6. Third time trial. Second call. Well, I guess we got Uncle involved in this as well. We got Taylor Jasic. So uncle and great uncle, right? This is awesome. Cousins, there we go. Got to get this straight. All right, Lightning Leia, Jasic Flamin on the line first out of Regina. That is Mum helping her out, Amanda. And that is Turbo Thomas making his way to the starting line. That is Uncle Trevor as well, cousin Taylor Jasic and Taylor Rand Jr. So here we go, Flamin Racing. Couple generations down there, folks. Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. Third time trial. Third call. Well, unfortunately, Turbo Thomas out the gates with a red eye. 386 for Lightning Leia. So Lightning Leia through the 8th mile, gets through to 1193. Turbo Thomas with the red eye got through to 1220. And we're just going to touch up the track once again real shortly, and we're going to get into our third round of time trials once again. Radio Tire, you guys should be in 1 and 2. Final call, Radio Tire. And Pro 5 and 6. Pro, let's go 5 and 6. All right, tracks being prepped here. Just waiting for the stage and lanes to fill up. Well, final call, Radial. You should have been in 1 and 2. Final call. Pro, 5 and 6. Let's go, Pro. Third time trial. All right, waiting for the stage and lanes to fill up. Once again, make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. That's right, Brad and April Ends and family running it. And once again, you might have a family function. You might need catering. Doesn't hurt to ask. I know they're running their butts off. Yes, they're going to be taking over, I think, the Martinsville Arena, the concession there. But either way, it doesn't hurt. You got a family function. You need some catering. Talk to them. They've got ice cream. They got pizza. They added some gluten-free items as well. So Hector's Grub Hub, check them out on Facebook. They do indicate where they're going to be at different sporting events and stuff. But right now, they got their hands full. They're going to be busy at the Martinsville rink. And as well, we got Carmen. That's right. She's helping us out with the Mackenzie Auto Beer Garden. All we ask is have responsible beverages. She's going to get busy after we go through the elimination rounds, right? Because once the people are out of their rounds, then they can have some fun. All we ask is have responsible fun, right? Lots of families out there want to make sure everyone gets home safe. And we definitely want to see you back here at SIR. We are going to be celebrating 60 years next year at the track. So we definitely want you guys to come back. So thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Great West Auto, as well. Great West and Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. That's right, Mackenzie Auto and Great West. Well, we got to thank, you know what? The parking lot looks pretty darn good. Thank you for coming and joining us. I think Mother Nature says we got this weekend in the bag. Right now, looking at the flag, it's either windy or not windy. It's been kind of a weird year. We are kind of like farmers. We're a little weather dependent. And yes, we did have to do our rainout weekends at those a couple weekends ago. But I'll tell you, August, for not a lot of racing, boy, oh boy, I'm worn out. Boy, one heck of a feature race. We had 3 days of drag racing, bamboo shoots again, then came back to the track again. So incredible. But thank you, the fans coming out here at SIR. You guys are true gearheads. And that last feature, I've talked to people. I said, there's no way you didn't have a vehicle you liked here. We had a Semi. We had a fuel we had the jet cars, of course, but we had the Nitro Fuel Harley and the Boschman. We had the Pro Mods. We had the Alcohol Funny Cars. We had the Dragsters. We had the two-seated Dragster. And I'll tell you, for $200, it sounds like a lot of money, but I'll tell you, it's probably the best $200 you ever pay for an 8-second ride. You can't achieve that any other way. And you know what? All you got to do is sit back and enjoy the ride. So, wow. But I'll tell you, the feature race, if you're a subscriber for Max Local On Demand, you will be able to see that race. That's right, you guys. Put your hands together. These guys are future racers here at SIR. We got to thank them. They helped us out with the Canadian National Anthem with both languages. So thank you, guys. Awesome job. All right, just checking the track, making sure everything is good. And we got to thank Kubota, that's right, helping us out with the truck. And put your hands together, that's right, out of Grand Dora, Saskatchewan. He's getting it all figured out. Dwayne Trelevin, the Trelevin Racing family. So, yeah, let's put our hands together. 8-second pass. Hey, first pass of the day for Dwayne. Let's see what he does. He's going to go back in the pits, take a look. But good to see Dwayne back down the track again. All right, testing. This is the radial tires. Well, Mustang versus Mustang. Mike Gross out of Regina with the black Mustang. Brian Stevenson, that's right, out of Corman Park with the red Mustang. And yes, he's run this car years ago. He's back with it. The Performance Plus. Brian Stevenson. Oh, pulling the front wheels. And there's Mike Gross just lighting them up on the starting line. And these guys are going to go 8th mile. Or full quarter, I don't know. 964, 1071 for Brian Stevenson. All right, third time trial here in the Queen City Performance Pro class. And this is the Mullet Mafia Mason. The Mongoose Boatman out of Martinsville. I'd like to thank Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, Team Boss Blue. Getting the time slip with Cam Buster and Smoking Guns Racing Team member Frank Bahozoff out of Yorkton. Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire, his sponsors. And yes, Frank got the X time in 050 061, but it is Mason Boatman through it a 979, 1182 for Frank Bahozoff. All right, our next pair out of the burnout box. Earlier today with the perfect light out of Brandon, Manitoba, Richard Isa with the 67 Malibu. Getting the time slip with Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. And that is Glenn Sally. Yes, we know that name. He used to run here years ago. And he is Grandpa. He is the crew chief of Chase. Well, Chase got the Rex time on this one in 057 and 089 for Richard. And Richard Esau will reach the top end first, the 1094, 1161 for Chase Strand. Final call for pro, final call for pro. All right, our next pair out of Lloydminster, Alberta, Rob Phillips with the Pontiac Acadian. Getting the time slip with Outlooks. Jared McIntosh, second generation McIntosh Racing, 66 Chevelle. Well, McIntosh got the reaction time on this round in 0102 and 021. And top end, it is McIntosh, 966, 984 for our friend Rob Phillips. Well, Darren Sangster with the gangster out of Brandon, Manitoba, Olds 81 Cutlass. Love this car. And once again, we welcome our friends from Manitoba. Friendly rivalry, right? It's the Banjo Bowl. No, we're not going to announce any times or any scores. I got it recording myself. So Darren Sangster up with Brian Hicks to get a time slip. Brian out of Regina with the 69 Chevelle. Well, Darren Sangster got the reaction time in 029 to an 063. And the gangster crosses the quarter mile first, a 909. 1087 for our friend Brian Hicks. Our next pair, good to see this car stayed in Saskatchewan. Fred Hine out of Weyburn. If you know Fred Hine, you know Chris Hine. Yes, running. Sick week down in Fab with the old 3030 Ford. So Fred got the 41 Willys Coupe, getting the time slip with our friends out of Regina. Jake Fiesel, 87 Camaro, sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Stat Pro Lighting, and Electrotech. Well, Jake with the red eye. Let's take a look. Freddie making his way down. Fred Hine with the Willys. Got through to 1037, 1034 for Jake with the red eye. All right, we've got an altered versus the door slammer. That is Nikki on the starting line. That's her husband Riley, sponsored by Northway Surplus, JJ's Car Wash, Top Cat Tattoos, Rippers, Repair, Lady Luck Automotive, Deb Murdoch Mortgage Broker. Getting the time slip, it's Plum Crazy, Glenn Hendry out of Dundurn. Well, Plum Crazy in 040 reaction time. McClellan 068 top end, altered through 951. 1042 for our friend with the door slammer. Well, Mopar, both racers out of Regina. Mike Alexander with the 64 Belvedere, 62 Fury, that is Dave Kerr. And I'll tell you, both beautiful cars. Take a look in the pits. Words don't describe how beautiful these cars are. I mean, Dave's car, 62 Fury, looks simple, but it is so detailed. You got to look at it up front. Beautiful car. And there's Mike Alexander pulling the front wheels. Got the reaction time. 012 to an 040. Mid-track. Alexander gets through. 1006. 1216 for Dave Fuzzy Kerr. All right, our next pair. Dwight Grzybowski making his way up on the starting line with Stolen Dignity. Getting the time slip with Camden Fiesel out of Regina. A young man out of the junior dragster class a number of years ago. Helping out Dad. Now running his own 79 Nova in the Queen City Performance Pro class. Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections is sponsor. Well, 131 and 151 reaction time, top end. It is Fiesel, 1025. Grzybowski through to 1040. Well, you might want to talk to him. I know Dan Vogt was selling this Trans Am years ago. Never hurts to ask. Everything's for sale for the right price, right? And I'll tell you, the Vogt brothers out of Regina are running nice vehicles. Dan Vogt behind the wheel of the 79 Trans Am. Getting the time slip out of Regina. That is Mike Kilbride with that 70 dart. And once again, both these guys, big parts of our 60th anniversary here at SIR. These guys have been racing with us for a number of years. And Dan Vogt got through X time in 0.42 to 0.57. Mid-track, Pontiac Trans Am. 997. Mike Kilbride through the 11.16. All right, our next pair, Nolan Penner on the line first with the white Fairlane out of Martinsville. Going up against Barry Pollard out of Regina, 76 Roadrunner. Super Pro, first call to Super Pro, third time trial, first call Super Pro. Well, I'll tell you, these guys part of SIR drag racing history as well. Barry Pollard, stock, super stock, racing at SIR a number of years. Hopefully he'll be here for the 60th anniversary next year. Nolan Penner, a little bit younger, but he's been drag racing for a number of years, as well as Penner family. Well, Penner got through X time in 0.17 to an 0.46. And Penner gets there first, 11.36. Pollard's time, 11.50. Our next pair from southern Saskatchewan, it is Mark Adams. Yes, we know that name. Different vehicle this year, 67 Camaro. Prairie Industrial Health Services and Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating. His sponsors getting the time slip. Harry Fletcher, Bennett's Auto Repair, his sponsor out of White City. Well, Fletcher almost perfect light, 007, 140 for Mark Adams. And Mark Adams got to the top end first, the 984, 1014 for our friend Perry Fletcher. Super Pro, let's go, 5 and 6, Super Pro. Well, every time I see that dart, I want to say Bennett, but it's Isaac Stettner. I tell you, he's got a good ride there. Good to see the Stettner family racing with us this weekend. BBJ 5-star Stettner Auto ABS ABS Competition Spider Electric. Hoosier Tire Competitive Suspension and Mark Bennett Transmissions. So Isaac getting the time slip with Anita Hendry. That's right. Hendry's Motorsports, OK Tire, 68 Barracuda. And yes, she has a big part of our history here at SIR. Volunteer extraordinaire, her and Glenn. And the Hendry family. Well, souvenir shop is open. Brenda says till about 4 o'clock. Stuff still left. So make your way down there as well. 50-50 still available. We're going to do that draw a little bit later today. And it's a red eye for Isaac, 009. But I'll tell you what, went through at a 10.09 with the dart. Anita Hendry through 10.62, 126 miles an hour. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan. We know the white dart. Ken Daly, of course, out of Regina. Getting the time slip out of White City, Brandon Bennett with the 84 Mustang. Super Pro, let's go Super Pro. Well, well. Brandon Bennett with the reaction time, 007, 013 for Ken Daly. No slouch either. But it'll be Bennett through the line first, the 908, 10-13 for our friend Ken Daly. And Mopar with Mopar. It is Andrew L. Beautiful D100 out of Belgonia, Saskatchewan. Getting the time slip with Ryan Doherty, the Bad Influence Challenger out of Saskatoon. Lindo Concrete Supply, his sponsor. Well, Doherty with the red eye, 0-3-2 reaction time. Andrew L. with a good run. Let's take a look. Top end. It looks like L will get to the top of the quarter mile first. He does a 9:58. Doherty with the red eye crossed it at 10:00. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. All right. Got to thank our Murray friends from Yorkton. That's right, Derek. And his wife making the trek all the way from Yorkton. That's right, Cambuster's going to host the 8th mile drag race in a couple weeks. So Derek Murray's got the 95 Mustang. Going to get the time slip with Ryan Appleby. Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star, Bennett's Auto, and ABS Competition. Thanks to Kendra, Kara, and Russ. We know the 68 Charger wants the starting line. Well, top end. Murray got through axe time 0-2-0, but Ryan Appleby. He gets through to 9:69, 10:28 for our friends out of Yorkton, Derek Murray. All right, our next pair on the line, it is Heather Bennett out of White City with the Mustang, getting the time slip with Lauren Krieger. That's right, Lucifer on the license plate. Out of Viscount Leaderman, Dinah Crane, Pro Riser, Pro Soils. And unfortunately, Lauren out the gates a little too quick with the red eye. Heather's on her game, an 0-1-4 reaction time. So Heather crosses the quarter mile, 10:97. Red eye for Krieger. He got through at a 10:38. All right, member of the Upcast Racing team. Yes, she's been a big part of SIR. Next year, 60 years. I remember this young lady in the concession helping out her grandmother, Hilda. Kim Gallagher, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and racing for Gary Walter this year. I love it. Kim getting the time slip with Tyson and Kaylee Daranowski. Big thanks to RWH, Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and of course, Kaylee, your wife. Well, red eyes for both racers. Tyson will cross the line first, 10:80, 11:04. Kim Gallagher. Well, friends in the pits, competitors on the starting line. Brayden Haru on the line first. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsport. Scott and Glenn Yaremko would like to thank his mom and dad. 68 Cutlass 442 getting the time slip with Johnson Atten out of Outlook. 82 Camaro. Well, Huru got through extra time in 0-1-5 to an 0-4-7. And looks like Brayden will cross the quarter mile first, the 9:45 for the Cutlass, 10:49 for the Camaro. Well, he's been a big part of SIR for a number of years. Harold Penner. That's right, Papa, with the red 66 Fairlane, K&M Auto, Harold Penner Trucking, his sponsors. Getting the time slip with Dale Weist out of Regina, running the old school racing. Classic Concrete Finishers and Precision Machine, his sponsors. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testers 1 and 2. Wow, Harold Penner with the wheel stand, 012 Red Eye, 039 for Dale Weist. Dale Weist got through at a 10:27. Penner's time with the Red Eye at 10:07. All right, another licensing pass for our friends out of Manitoba. Warren Cook out of LaSalle. I'm thinking it's got to be the Brandon area. We got a couple racers from Brandon. We definitely welcome you guys anytime. Come and play in our sandbox. Warren Cook with another licensing pass. All right, good fans out there. Good job, guys. All right, Warren Cook, well, red eye, but it doesn't matter. He's licensing at 956, 138 miles an hour. All right, that concludes our Pro. That's right, Queen City Performance Pro class. Ladders will be posted in a few minutes. We'll let you know. Now we're into the OK Tire Super Pro class. Ed Desjardins out of Pilot Butte, Dinah Crane, Beck Brothers and Link Trailers. His sponsors, Kim Bernard, with Lorianne out of Watson, Saskatchewan, Schulte Industries and Stein Electric. Well, Ed Desjardins got through X time in 029, but Kim Bernard will cross the line first, 883, 944 the time for Ed Desjardins. Second call, testers 1 and 2. Second call, testers 1 and 2. All right, from southern Saskatchewan, the Isaac family. That's Sean behind the wheel, the Pontiac Firebird. Getting the time slip with Crush It. That's right, we had a couple of new crew members here today. Brent and Charlotte Sewer. That's right, Sewer and Poland Mechanical, their sponsors, and Provincial Vodka. Richard and Joan Skopic out of Saskatoon. Wow, Richard with a red eye, didn't miss it by much, 007. Sean looks like he's still working on the reaction time. Top band dragster through. 806, 889 for Sean Isaac. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. Tester, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, our next pair. I like this matchup. Brian Taylor out of Melfort. Brian and Jody Taylor. Been racing with us here at SIR for a number of years. Up with another guy out of Regina. Love to see this guy. Arnie Josephson with that beautiful blue Barracuda. Like to thank Bruce at ABS for the horsepower and his dad, who taught him how to drive it. What a launch there is, Arnie. Red eye for Brian, 090 for Arnie Josephson. Top end. Josephson through at 858, 895 with a red eye for Taylor. Mopar with Mopar. That's right. Good to see Cliff Horn back out of Delmany with the Daytona. Getting the time slip. That's right, Catherine and Chris. 65 Belvedere. Chris Kergester, the driver out of Dundurn. Oh, look at this. Perfect light for Chris Kirkgaster. Red eye for Cliff Horn. You want to look at this? 0003 for Chris. Cliff Horn, negative 0002. Wow, that is got to be the closest to both racers getting the perfect light. Wow, incredible. But Chris Kirkgaster, you got her. All right, the Pro Ladder has now been posted, racers. Check the Pro Ladder. Any problems? Let us know. Pro Ladder has been posted. Well, we got Door Slammer with the Dragster. Both racers out of southern Saskatchewan. Jack Appleby on the line first with the 72 Dart. Jack and Shannon Appleby. And it is Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake, Echo Electric Advanced Electrical Agency. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2, third call. Well, Bob Fiesel with the red eye. Jack Appleby, 029, top end, dart through. 919, 880 for Fiesel with the red eye. Well, Bantam altered with the Dragster. That is Jamie Fiesel out of Pasqua Lake with the Bantam altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, Boat Auto out of Regina sponsors. In the VP Fuel Lane, that is the RWH Motorsports Dragster of Rich Harder. Rich and Amy Schwab. Running the car, Northern Blacktop Laser Auto Body Triumph Construction, their sponsors. Well, Richie Harder with the red eye, but Jamie, boy, you're on your game, bud. Jamie Fiesel, 003, gets through with the Bantam Ultra at 846. Harder with the red eye, 765. Final call for testers, final call for testers. All right, our next pair up, Al Allen out of Saskatoon, 96 Cutlass Olds. I don't know if the car's for sale. Could be. May want to chat with them. Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports. Getting the time slip with Austin Stettner. Love the Model T Roadster. Lots of great memories of that car. Good to see the Stettners racing with us here in Saskatoon. Oh, I've never seen that before. Austin Stettner pulling the front wheels in that Model T in 018 reaction time. And he gets through the top end, 896. And looks like Al Allen still kind of scratching the head, trying to figure out what's going on there. All right, final call for testers. Final call for testers 1 and 2. And the Pro Ladder has been posted. Pro Ladder has been posted. Please check the info. If it is incorrect, please let us know. We will readjust. But the Pro Ladder has been posted. After Super Pro, we'll let you know that ladder will be posted. right, both cars out of the burnout box. Yes, lots of history here. Yes, we're going to be celebrating 60 years, and these two racers and families, lots of history. That's Amy Schwab with Fred with the 75 AMC Hornet. Fred getting the time slip, and Scott Uremko, that is Glenn Uremko's Pontiac Acadian. Link Rento, Studio 1, RWH Motorsports, PBJ 5-star, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition. Sportsman, first call, stage and lane, Sportsman 5 and 6. Well, Fred Schwab got the reaction time in 017, 026 for Scott Uremko. And Uremko through to 809. Fred Schwab through to 1045. All right, Barney out of the burnout box. Jason Howell would like to thank his wife, kids, grandson, mom, and sister from Arizona, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. We want to thank all those guys as well. Getting the time slip with Travis McBain out of Saskatoon, Snooker Shack, Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Ega Mechanical. What the heck, Spencer? Is that Shelby with you? That's not Shelby. Okay, I couldn't tell with the glasses. Where the heck you been all year? Well, McBain, red light, 0005. Jason Howdle, good light, 0015. Man, oh man, these guys are cutting the lights here. All right, it is Sean and Cheryl Lacham out of Pilot Butte with the Slayer Chevy 2. That's right, these guys supply our clothing here at SIR. Impressions and Threads, so thank you, Sean and Cheryl. And Lacham's out of Pilot Butte, but Impressions and Thread from Regina. And Sean, good reaction time, 013, gets out the gates, 927, 145 miles an hour. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, Taylor Fiesel, young racer progressing from our junior dragster class years ago. Out of Regina, Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. He's getting the time slip, but smiling, Leroy Schmidt. Got to thank this guy for all his help with our volunteer. That's right, Street Legal Racing. And that's moved to Sundays now, right? Leroy Schmidt, PBR Auction, Kelly Solheim, his sponsors. .008 reaction time for Fiesel, 075 for Schmidt. Dragster through 798, 166 miles an hour. 922 for the Buick, 145 miles an hour. All right, we're back into testing here, and I'll tell you what, we know both of these racers. Scott Kioski out of Regina, 2002 Mustang. Going down the track with another guy out of Regina, Steve Gabber, with the Performance Plus Challenger. Final call for Sportsman, final call for Sportsman. Well, both cars still working on the reaction times, but it'll go to the challenger this round. Steve Gabber through 1086, 976 for the Scot with the Mustang. That's called sleeping at the light, though, right? He had a faster Mustang, but he was at the light for about 4 seconds, 1 second for Steve Gabber. But that's what they're doing. They're testing something, trying to make it work. All right, Brad Prokopiew out of New Lodge. And he is newly licensed, and boy, oh boy, I remember the Berettas came out. Boy, beautiful cars. I'm glad he's got another Beretta back out here very fast. You can hear those tires chomping on that asphalt. Still got to work on the reaction time, but I'll tell you what. How about a 782, 136 miles an hour? All right, or they come running the Mopar Dodge Dakota Cole Smets. Probably a 318, right? And if it's 4x4, you put it on 4 high, better traction, right? Well, Cole, 043 reaction time, down the quarter mile. 13:39, 102 miles an hour. Well, it's been a while since I seen Mike Biacek, but it's been too long. 69 Nova. Beautiful car out of Regina. Still doing some work on it. Still trying to get it to chomp at that asphalt. Get some traction for some action. Oh, he got traction on that round. Wow. 017. How about a 765, 179 miles an hour? Wow. Good run, Mike. All right, Martin Marchuk having some fun testing this Alter. That's right. Don't adjust your set. It's only 4 cylinders. Did I say 4 big cylinders? I'll tell you, Martin, he runs a 68 Mustang normally. Him and Laureen out of Regina having some fun with the Fromm family. Wants to run another Roadster. He did have fun earlier this year with Bruce Schmiedel, ABS competition, going down the track. Very good racer, Martin. And good reaction time. Martin 063 down the quarter mile. 896, 150 miles an hour. I'd say, Martin, you knew how to drive that Alter down the track. Fairly straight run. All right, Dale Hoyer out of Regina, 68 Chevelle. Going down the track, and I'll tell you what, this could be your daddy's Cadillac. Blair Alderton with the station wagon. And he kind of said, Mike, it's not just the chip. He's done a ton of work to this car. It is a fast Cadillac. Well, both cars out the gates. Looks like Alderton with the Cadillac will cross the quarter mile first. 10:04, our friend with the Chevelle, Dale, through to 12:15. Well, another racer out of Regina, the 70 Duster, Rob Tangeman, another vehicle. Let's watch. Can he get the traction? He's been spinning it, but what a crazy Mopar out of Regina. Rob's raced here for a number of years. Oh, you can hear those tires. And he shuts her down half track, 638. Wow, lots of power in that car. Shutting it down half track, still strolled through 1310 at 60 miles an hour. So you can tell how fast that car launched. All right, just checking out the tree at the moment. Well, waiting for the next round. I see the Walters family here as well. And these guys, big part of our 60th anniversary for next year. Christy Weeks. Christy, I heard the 49ers suck. Well, I haven't seen you for a while, Spence. Oh, yeah. Hey, Ken Dryden died. I'm not a Canadian fan, but I have nothing but utmost respect. The 72 Summit. Kenny Dryden passed away with cancer, age of 78. All right, we're into the Performance Plus Sportsman class. We got Owen Desjardins getting the time slip of the man Jurassic Flamin. Both races out of Regina. Owen sponsored by Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance. All right, it's a red eye, double red eye, so they're both going to get the time slips. All right, Junior Street co-pilot class. We need you in 3 and 4. First call. Junior Street co-pilot class 3 and 4. All right, Hot Wheels on the track first. Chad Novak with the Mustang out of Kenora. Going up against Sherry Gordon. We got family grudge racing here going on. Sherry out of Grandora. Novak family. Once again, 60 years of drag racing. What about Dad, right? Wow. Lots of history here. Well, Chad Novak with the red eye. Look at Sherry Gordon. Oh, almost a perfect light. 0011. And And Chad with the red eyes, so sure he gets bragging rights on this one, a 1466, 1453. Boy, she's going to be probably number one qualifier. Junior Street Legal, co-pilot class 3 and 4, 3 and 4. All right, we've got our French-Canadian friend from New Brunswick back in Saskatoon visiting friends and relatives. Gilles Basque, usually running Fords, running a Dodge Tabernac. We better chat with them, see if Gilles okay. Al Allen, we need you to the tower. Al Allen, we need you to the tower. Darren Shimko to Saskatoon. Reed Automotive, like to thank the Boatman's Mullet Mafia. Al Allen, we need you in the tower ASAP. Looks like Darren Shimko having some issues. It looks like Gilles Basque with the Dodge Grand Caravan through 1669. Junior Street Legal, that's right, co-pilot class. Junior Street Legal, co-pilot class. All right, Darren Shimko got her into gear. Doesn't look like he activated the timing system, so he's just going to get her out of the way. Good job, Martin. You can drive a lot of different vehicles. I got to say that, my friend. Good job. All right, Performance Plus Sportsman class. Garrett Gerwing, that's right. He's part of the Howdle family at Lloydminster. Garrett making his home in Saskatoon now. Getting the time slip, it's Sean Arnstead with Hyundai. He's out of Macklin. Al Allen, we need you in the tower ASAP. Al Allen, we need you in the tower. Well, Sean, almost a perfect line. 0023, 044 for Garrett Gerwing. And it's Garrett through the top end first, 1308, 1348 for our friends out of Macklin. Our next pair, yes, Chase Stratton in a couple different classes here today. Out of Bullier, Saskatchewan, 2001 Mustang. Getting the time slip with my Matt Hendry out of Dundurn, D150, Hendry's Motorsports truck. Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. I think we're waiting for one more, but either way, Junior Street co-pilot class, final call. Well, Chase Strand on the game here, an 050 reaction time through the top of the quarter mile, 11:59. 069 for Matt Hendry. Truck a little bit slower, 18:07. I think we're going to have some headhunt racing coming up. Yes, Mopar with Mopar once again. The Yellow Duster out of Dundurn. Chantel Henry, OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson. That's right, Don Dad out there taping Evan down the track. Down that VP fuel lane. Well, 049 for Evan, 051 for Chantel. Very close reaction times. Evan Stephenson will cross the quarter mile first, 12:08, 12:63 for the yellow duster. All right, Stephen Roski out of Cupar, Saskatchewan, 86 Mustang. Getting the timing slip with the Superior Diesel Blazer. That's Jay Steele. Remember Outcast Racing, RWH Motorsports, and Mr. Transmission. Well, reaction time's a 150 to a 157, but it looks like our friend with the Superior Diesel Blazer will cross the line first. Jay Steele through to 1391, 1482 for Stephen Roscoe with the Mustang. Well, Mopar with Mopar. Clay Cements just out of the burnout box out of Martinsville with the duster. Elvira on the license plate. Up with Eric Humphreys driving a different truck this weekend. A lot quieter, Eric. All right, well, reaction time. Eric Humphreys got this one in 044 to a 234. All right, you guys, the Super Pro, the ladder is going to make its way down in about 3 minutes, so just give us a few minutes. Super Pro ladder will be posted in a few minutes. Pro ladder has already been posted. Check the info. All right, Chad Penner being watched by dad and brother. And yes, he's the Cheshire Cat. He's going to have a big smile on his face going through that standard transmission. .099 reaction time. Red Mustang through. 1174, 121 miles an hour. Yes, the ladders will be down shortly, guys. We just have to do a little bit of reorganization, so just bear with us. Super Pro ladders will be down in a couple minutes. First call, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. First call, Street Legal, Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster 1. Street Legal 5 and 6. All right, we got Linda Sabiston with Nikita Blanchard out of Bradwell. They're in the white Ram truck going up against the other Dodge truck. We don't have any names yet. All right, 8th mile. And it looks like it is Nikita Blanchard there through the 8th mile. First 982 to a 995. Well, they always say Sully is very quiet when we're racing up here at SIR. You crazies are always invited here. You guys are great fans. Dominic Isaac out of Southie running the dually diesel. Yeah, we're putting a carbon footprint down here. Dominic going to go down the 8th mile. Marty Breeze, I'll tell ya, she might be the burnout queen in this junior street legal co-pilot class. Well, she red lit. Dominic a 106, top of the 8th. Marty with the red eye through in 919, 1079 for Dominic. Street Legal 5 and 6. Street Legal 5 and 6. Junior Dragster 1. Junior Dragster 1. Yes, Super Pro, we are making our way down. We're just adjusting the ladders. As soon as we got her figured out, Cheryl will make her way down. Well, he said they're going to line up Canyon versus Colorado. Sullivan go up with Megan. That's right, Mom's racing with him today. Sullivan going up with Maya Jacques out of Regina, Colorado. Pro Reefer Mobile Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. And Sullivan says this is Plan B. Yeah, they had to park the other truck, transmission issues. Well, this one, Maya Jacques got through extra time in 077 down the 8th. Through at 11:51, 11:28 for Sullivan Groff. All right, Laura Pitka from Saskatoon, 95 and Trebid with the single pass down the track. All right, there's our juniors. So Street Legal, I don't know, but we're going to call it final call for the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Super Pro, we are just about there. Just bear with us. And Laura Pitka got through the 8th mile with the Intrepid, 11:69, 60 miles an hour. Good job, Megan. All right, our next pair, Johnson Adams out of Craven with Jack Procopue out of Noon Lodge. I think Jack figured it out. Don't run the heavy big trucks. We run a little Kia. It's going to be faster, right? Well, maybe. You never know. How is Ami Decay? Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. All right, well, down the track, Johnson Adams got through the 8th mile first, a 9:86, 1:58 reaction time. Jack Brockapue, well, reaction time 5:44. Still got to work on that, but through the 8th mile, 11:03. All right, Cameron Armstead out of Maidstone running the Kona. Hendry Motorsports, that's right. They're part of the Hendry Motorsports team. So how's Carmen doing with Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? Everyone doing all right there? She's doing okay? Don't see a lot of arms moving up. She's going to get busier later. And it looks like Cameron didn't activate the timing system on that round. All right, Chad Novak, Hot Wheels. That's right, the convertible Mustang out of Kenora. Going to back up. We got Matt Henry with the truck. All right, Super Pro ladder has been posted. So Pro and Super Pro ladder has been posted. And Sportsman has been posted as well. Sportsman has been posted as well. All right, 032 reaction time for Matt Hendry. But Chad Novak out of Kenora with the Mustang will cross the line first to 14:55. 17.99 for Matt Hendry. So yes, Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman ladders have been posted. Take a look, make sure the information's correct. Well, the Battle of Ladies coming up, and boy, Amanda Jasic Flamin has to switch Pontiac Trans Ams on me just when I thought I had it figured out. Amanda with the white Trans Am in Street Legal. Sherry Gordon out of Grandora with the Magnum. Well, Sherry Gordon with the red eye, 4:14 reaction time for Amanda Jasic Flamin. And side by side with the red eye, looks like Sherry Gordon gets there first, 14:69. 15:01, Amanda Jasic Flamin with a 4:14 reaction time. So once again, Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman ladders have been posted. Check out the info as well. There's going to be amendment for the SDRA members out there. Please make sure you read the memo. It's on the ladder. And that will be voted at the AGM meeting down in Regina, I believe in November. So please read it. Okay, Trevor Jasic, our president. Saskatoon, running the GTA Trans Am. Going to go down the track with Graham Robertson out of Saskatoon. Audi. Not an Innie, an Audi. Well, Trevor got through action time in 046, 341 for our friend with the Audi. And mid-track, it is Graham Robertson putting it on. Through the quarter mile, the Audi through at 13:56, 14:49 the number on the GTA Trans Am. Well, Mopar with Mopar. And Nomeo. Gilles Basque, he's back from New Brunswick. A long trek for him. Ain't no speeding tickets this time, Gilles. He's out of Saskatoon. Getting the time slip with Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. Well, Red Eye, I guess Jill did get a speeding ticket in Ontario. Just don't go through there, right? Evan Stephenson with the good reaction time in 014. He gets through at a 12:02. Red Eye for our friend Gilles Basque. 1687 for the Dodge Caravan. All right, our next pair, battle of lady racers here. Marcy DeJarly out of Regina with the 20 Equinox. Going up against Cam Buster. That's right, Tracy Murray running the 2024 Mustang. And bit of a hiccup on the starting line for her. So Marcy DeJarle, 088 reaction time, will cross the line first with the Chevy Equinox. She got through to 15:10, and Tracy, we're not even going to worry about that one, right? We know. But good for you to race. So once again, Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman ladders have been posted. All other ladders after we finish the time trials. Check it out. Make sure the information is correct. Well, Walter Finette's not driving the Corvette today, running a Nissan Maxima. Walter Finette's in the points race, going up against the Core Rock construction truck. That is Dave Leverton out of Martinsville. Ram RT on the license plate. Well, Dave Leverton got through action time in 025, crosses the quarter mile at a 14:01. 053 for our friend Walter Finette, gets through to 14:88. Well, I love this. They both raced against each other in Junior Dragster. They progressed over the years now into Street Legal. Braden the Snake Bentley out of Warman. Taylor Jassic out of Saskatoon. And it's cousin racing, Pontiac versus Camaro. Well, Taylor got through action on this round at 016 to a 021. And looks like he is going to cross quarter mile first. The black Camaro through to 1380, 1484 for our friend Braden Bentley. And we are almost there. So once again, Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman ladders have been posted. All remaining ladders afterwards will be posted. All right, Nate Gross out of Southie, Saskatchewan, the Dodge 2020 Ram 2500. I'll tell you, this guy can cut a light or what? 009 reaction time. He's got that truck figured out. And he gets through the quarter mile. Good job, Nate. 15:11, 89 miles an hour, but an 009 reaction time. That is what you're looking for. Reaction, 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 right? All right, Superior Diesel Blazer. That is Jay Steele out of Saskatoon. RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission is sponsors. All right. Well, with a red eye, Jay Steele got through the quarter mile, 1394, 100 miles an hour. And I think we are almost there. We just got our junior dragsters. And look at family racing here. We got the grandma and grandpa. That's right, the Jacek family helping out. Got Amanda. We got brother Trevor. You guys raced earlier today. I tell you, wow. Lots of family racing here at SIR. And did I mention, yes, next year is 60 years of racing here. And man, oh man, we've got a lot of history. We had one heck of a feature this year. It's going to be hard to top it, but you know what? 60 years? I think we're going to top it next year, so stay aboard and keep looking. We're going to have a great 60th anniversary year at SIR, Saskatchewan International Raceway. Truly, Saskatchewan. We couldn't do it with all our racers from all parts of our province. Thank you guys so much. There we go. Hey, Nate with the reaction times. All right, this will conclude our third round of time trials here. There we go, family racing at the best. We got Grandpa Jacek involved. We got uncles, cousins. And that's the future of drag racing here with a couple of these guys, junior dragsters. We mentioned we've had a lot of racers through this program, moving right from junior dragster to super pro, the fastest classer at SIR. And I'll tell you what, these racers can hold their own. They are great. And there's the Southie group again. Awesome fans. Thank you guys so much. All right, what do we got going on? It looks like Turbo Thomas is in the VP Fuel lane. And Lightning Leia in the Tiger Automotive lane. Tiger Automotive celebrating 40 years of business here in Saskatoon, Western Canada. Well, unfortunately, the rules apply. Turbo Thomas with the dreaded red light. Leia, 4:31 reaction time, top of the 8th. In elimination rounds, Leia would have taken the win, 11:88 through the 8th mile, 11:96 for our friend Turbo Thomas with the red eye. And that concludes our third round of time trials. We're going to get the ladders all posted. Once again, make sure you take a look. If anything's incorrect, let us know ASAP. As well, drivers meeting in 10 minutes. Okay, so we're just going to have a driver meeting in about 10 minutes, so you guys bear with us. You guys get up and move around. That's right. Make your way down to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab something to eat, something to drink. Some ice cream. We got lots of stuff. And it looks like the weather's really turning around here. So once again, we got to thank Mama out there, Mother Nature. It's been a heck of a year. And we are like farmers. We are very weather dependent out here. So once again, thank you to our racers. We had a couple race weekends that, you know what, I don't blame you. No one likes to be rained out here. But this year was a trying year. We did have to use our rain dates up. So everything is good. And there we go, the Jacek Flaman family making their way up the return road. All right, drivers meeting in about 9 minutes. We're just going to allow the staff kind of get fed up and fed. And we wish all our racers and crews good luck, good racing, safe racing. All right, guys, so 8 minutes till the drivers' meeting. 8 minutes. And once again, good luck to everyone. We are racing for the WDRA rod. That's right, racing for the rod today. And it is the points race finalization. Yes, we'll have points for you hopefully a little bit later today, tomorrow morning, as we finalize our season. But we still got one more drag race season. Drag race weekend coming up in a couple weeks. And we got to thank our friends out of Yorkton, the Cam Busters. They've asked me. I miss the races out at Yorkton. I always like to go down there. It was so grassroots. Those guys, man, oh man, I'd do anything. Those guys setting up their track, ripping it apart the whole weekend. Their dedication to the sport was incredible. But unfortunately, with the airport, they just couldn't make the agreements. But I'll tell you, if we could ever do it again, guys, give me a shout. I'm back in Yorkton. So we got to thank our friends, the Cam Busters. We got a few guys racing here today. Brad Bludoff, Derek and his wife Tracy as well, Frank Bohozoff. And I'll tell you, thank you guys for sponsoring us. And thank you, Frank, for all your promotion down in Yorkton. You're 4 hours away. And man, oh man, you're a very good representative for us here. So thank you so much, Frank. Thank you to the Cam Busters. And we are going to run 8 Mile for a couple days. And that will be in a couple weeks here. Once again, the souvenir shop will be open till about 4 o'clock. There is some stuff left. So make your way down if you didn't get any swag. We got to thank the Lasham family. That's right. Impressions and Thread. They supply our souvenir shop. And Sean is racing here today. Thank you, Sean and Cheryl Lasham. As well, we got 50-50 tickets, and that ticket on August 15th, it might be claimed tomorrow. The winner's supposed to be showing up tomorrow with the ticket. So we will post it on Facebook. Out of all the 50-50s, everyone has been claimed. We've got one more to draw for yet today. Don't despair. You go home, you forgot about it. You check your pocket, you might have the winning ticket. We will post it on Facebook. And we will get the money to you. You just got to give us the right ticket, right? And you know what, Frank Bohozoff, you can't write it on with a permanent marker. It's got to be the right number, right? We do try, but you know. All right, drivers meeting in about 5 minutes, and there are young racers again. That's right. Good job, guys. Thank you. And our top end guys. So in a few minutes, we're going to have a drivers meeting. And then it's going to get quiet. So I've got a few things to do. We're letting our staff get watered and fed. And we will resume. But you know what, guys? Get up, walk around. Take a look. You got one of the best car shows here. I brag about it because you know what? We have the cruise weekend here, the show and shine weekend. I still think we got the nicest cars here. Our feature race this year, we had so many things here that there's no way you couldn't find something you like. We had a drag racing semi, a top fuel bike. That's right, Andy Boatman. We had the jet cars. We had the alcohol funny cars, the dragsters. Man, oh man, it was a feature. And once again, if you're a subscriber of Max Local On Demand, Sastel, they're putting it on there. So take a look. But what a feature. I got to redo the race there. And I couldn't believe how many vehicles we had. And I'll tell you, next year, 60 years, I can't wait for the feature next year. So once again, 60 years of drag racing coming up here at SIR. Drivers meeting in about 3 minutes. You guys know where it is. Tech booth. We'll need you at the tech booth. right, drivers meeting in about 2 minutes. You know where it's at the tech booth. Drivers meeting in about 2 minutes. All right, drivers meeting about a minute. Just about a minute here, guys. All right, drivers meeting momentarily. You guys should be here momentarily. And staff, when you're ready, we need you at the drivers meeting. All right, to our Manitoba racers, friendly grudge, right? It is the Banjo Bowl, and it's going to be a great game. Green game, right? Friendly rivalry. So once again, welcome everyone that traveled, all your racers and crews. Good run here today. Beautiful weather, good luck, and good racing for everyone.
everybody out to the season final. And right off the bat,
Oh.
whose is this?
Right here.
Came off of the car. Attention pitch. Radio Tire guys, I need you in 1 and 2. Radio Tire guys, I need you in 1 and 2. Pro, find your partner and start making your way up to lanes 5 and 6. And then 3 and 4. So once again, Radio Tire guys, 1 and 2. Pro, 5 and 6, please. And at this time, if I can get all the SIR staff back to their positions.
All right, once again, Radio Tire, we need you in staging. Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Radio Tire and Pro, let's go. No, I'm retiring. I don't need to buy a fucking cruise truck. That's the last
I need finances.
No money down, no payments till May, right?
That's right.
All right, Radio Tire, we need you in staging. That's right in Pro. Pro, find your partner and let's go. Let's get this program going here. I think we've got the banjo bow going on, and we are not going to announce nothing because I'm one of those crazies. I am actually recording it, and I want to go home, but we'll see what everyone's reaction. Maybe I don't have to waste my time watching the game, but very optimistic. Last game, you can't ask for a more exciting game, right down to the wire. And yes, we got Manitoba friends here racing with us. Don't worry, it's a friendly rivalry. You guys are awesome. You guys come to our sandbox anytime. Nice stuff. So, all right, let's go, Radio Tire. Let's go. And Pro, find your partner and let's go, go, go. All right, final call, radio. I think you guys are all there. Pro, let's find our partner and let's go. Pro, let's go. All right, well, thanks for recognition. Yes, the staff does do a good job out here at SIR. Boy, oh boy, I tell you, it's one thing to drag race. It's one thing to put on a race. I see a lot of things that kind of go on throughout the whole day here with different staff members and stuff. And I'll tell you, these guys do an incredible job. Weather conditions, long days. Yes, you guys, thank you so much for what you do out here. So, all right, Pro, let's go. Radio Tire, you guys are there. Pro, let's go. Well, it looks like approximately 100 racers here this weekend, folks. And it looks like we're ready to fire them up and go. All right, Performance Plus Mustang. That's Brian Stevenson. Thank you, Brian, for sponsoring the sportsman class here. Once again, Performance Plus, locations in Saskatoon and Regina. And thank you, Brian. All right, final call for Pro. Find your partner and let's go. Final for Pro. Let's go. I like this matchup. Colin G. That's right, the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan. Check him out on Facebook. This guy is incredible. incredible craftsman. He built this truck. Every part and component, incredible. So the G family out of Rollo, Saskatchewan, up with Brian Stevenson. That's right. Out of Corman Park, the 85 Mustang. He raced that car years ago. Put her back all together. So him and Ashley Woodbine, that's right. His wife doing photography here at SIR for a number of years. And we got Rich Bedford on hand this year, or this weekend. Wow, Colin, keep her straight. Good job. Wow. 797. Shut her down. These guys supposed to be in 8 Mile. I don't know, but I'll tell you what, a 797. Brian Stevenson, 1440. All right, they wanted the 8 Mile, but I'll tell you what, when they're running that quick, Colin went for the quarter mile on that one. Incredible. And boy, he had traction, he had action. All right, Mike Gross out of Regina, the 2000 Mustang. What they call these guys are running radial tires. They are not running drag racing tires, so they got quite the monumental task at hand. Because the tires can only be a certain size. They put a lot of horsepower to it. And we've said no traction, no action. But I'll tell you, last pair down the track. Well, looks like Mike Gross has got it tuned in. He's going for the 8 Mile, 544, 130 miles an hour. And then he goes through the top end, 843. Yeah, he slowed down already. All right, first round eliminations. Once again, thank you to our friends out of Regina, the Queen City Performance, for sponsoring the Pro Class once again here at SIR. Please give them a hand, right? Make sure if you need any parts, you know what? They can ship. You never know. They can help you out. Queen City Performance. All right. Oh, it is an old Bennett vehicle, but Isaac Stettner, boy, he's got his hands full. He's got this ride figured out. That's right, Isaac Stettner out of Regina, 1010 dialed in. Now we're going to explain how drag racing works in the next few rounds. DBJ 5-star, Stettner Auto, ABS competition, Spider Electric, Hoosier Tire, competitive suspension, and Mark Bennett transmissions. He's got to go 10-10 in the quarter mile, but he's got to beat Fred Hine out of Weyburn. Well, Fred's got a faster vehicle. He's at 965, so watch the Christmas tree. It's going to give you a time difference, and the idea is both cars are going to go to the top end, same time. Now, depending on reaction times, both cars are close. We're on an FM transmitter. I will not announce reaction times. And this round goes to Isaac Stettner. All right, so our next pair, Rob Phillips on Lloydminster, Alberta with the Acadian. He's dialed in at a 984, 968 for Ryan Appleby. Thank you. He's out of Regina, 968. Ryan, sponsored by Precision Machine, BBJ 5-star, Bennett's Auto, ABS competition. Thank you, Kendra, Kara, and Russ. So we got 0.2 of a second difference, and look at Ryan pulling the wheels, and it's a clean start at the line. Rob Phillips broke out around a 981 and a 984. Ryan Appleby, 971 and 968. You got to beat your opponent, but you can't run faster than your lap time. All right, next player, it's Plum Crazy out of Dundurn. Glenn Hendry, 1043. He's going to get a bit of a head start as Jared McIntosh out of Outlook in 9:66. So about less than a second head start. Watch the Christmas tree, folks. Pre-stage bulb, stage bulb, that's it. Our starter, Sherry's going to hit the button. Unfortunately, it's a red eye for McIntosh. So Glenn Hendry will not break. He can break out. He won't disqualify himself. And he does. Look at that, a 10:42 on a 10:43. 1/100th of a second difference. Well, they said, Mike, the car could be for sale. They had it for sale. Doesn't hurt to talk to him. Mason, the Mongoose boatman, a gentleman that progressed from our junior dragster class, now running in pro with his Trans Am. And the boatman family, Brad's family, 25 years of racing here. Mason dialed in 978, Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contracting, and Team Boss Blue. Going up against Brian Hicks out of Regina, 1090 dialed in. And it is a clean start at the line. And top end, it is Mason Boschman, 980 on a 978. And our next pair, yes, Dan Boat out of Regina. Yes, he's had the car for sale. He says, you know what? Tell him it's for sale. But it is a proven winner here. 998 dialed in for Dan Boat out of Regina. Boat Automotive out of Regina. Richard Essa from Brandon. I'll tell you, perfect light earlier today, 1090. Like to welcome our friends out of Brandon, Manitoba here at SIR this weekend. It is a clean start at the line, top end. It's our friend out of Brandon, Manitoba. Boy, oh boy, 005 reaction time. Runs a 1096 and a 1090. Dan Bolt broke out. He ran a little too quick with the Pontiac. All right, our next pair. Yes, we're going to say this a lot over the weekend. Mopar with Mopar. That's right, sponsored by OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports. You'd like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank Glenn. Anita Henry, 1062 dialed in. She will get a bit of a head start as Perry Fletcher, 1014. Fletcher sponsored by Bennett's Auto Repair out of White City. And another clean start at the line. And top end, Anita Henry. Well, our next pair, Cam Buster Extraordinaire, Frank Vahozop. That's right, Frank and Barb. Sponsored by Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, and OK Tire, 1182 dialed in. We'll get the head start. Sorry, Ken Daly will have to wait. That's right, the 71 Dart out of Regina, 1013. Boy, oh boy, about a second and a half difference on this one. What a lot by Daly, but he red light. So Frank Vahozop, 1182, right on the number with an 015 reaction time. This Cam Buster, you're on your game here, Frank. You're in the next round. Well, check out on Facebook, Rich Bedford. He's going to get a nice picture on this one. Mopar with Mopar, both racers out of Regina. Mike Alexander, 1006, will do the wheel stand on the VP lane. Dave Kirk gets a head start, 12:17. So we got about a 2-second head start. Watch the Christmas tree, folks. Well, unfortunately, Mike Alexander with the red light. All right, our next pair, both out of southern Saskatchewan. Heather Bennett, hey, rookie year last year. She holds her own, 1098. She's out of White City with the Mustang. She'll have to wait as Mike Gilbride out of Regina, 1117 on the Blue Dart. Sponsored by Gilbride Plumbing and Heating. Clean start, top end. It is Mike Gilbride. As he runs the number, Heather Bennett a little bit too quick, a 1094 and a 1098. All right, Super Pro, first call at the stage and lanes. Super Pros, first call at the stage and lanes. All right, we got Haley and Tyson Darrenowski out of Casario, 99S10. And they'd like to thank RWH, Laser, Triumph Construction, and Bridges Health. Ryan Doherty with the Lindahl Concrete Supply. Challenger, unfortunately, red light. 7/1000th of a second, man. You can't even blink that fast. Tyson's on his game at 1084 on a 1080. Well, you see the white mist. That's right. He's got the bottle with the throttle. Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. 11:59. We'll get the head start as Braden Haru. 9:45 on the Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Scott and Glenn Uripko. And, of course, he'd like to thank his mom and dad. And I know Chase wants to thank his crew chief. That's right. It is Glenn Sally. He used to race here at SIR years ago with propane-powered racers. So it looks like we got the 50-50 coming up here in a bit, folks. Well, that's a red eye, so Braden Haru takes the win. All right. Hopefully he's back in a couple weeks. Jam Buster, Derek Murray. That's right, Derek and Tracy racing this weekend with us. 10:30 dialed in. Lloyd Krieger, 10:41. 10th of a second different, but it is over at the line. And Derek Murray, boy, good reaction time. 008, 10:30's the number. Ho-ho. 10:29 with the 3. Derek, you may want to change that number, but you're in the next round. So once again, he breaks out, but red eye by Lloyd Krieger. All right, so let's explain. We did time trials earlier today. The cars are going to figure out what their ET is. ET is the number marked on the window. Now watch the Christmas tree. Both cars are running different times. They're going to leave at different times. We want both cars to reach the top end approximately at the same time. Makes it a drag race, right? We've got Mark Adams out of Craven with the Camaro. Dale Weiss with the Olds out of Regina. And it is a clean start at the line. And top end, will you look at that? Dale Weiss is not going to be happy. 001. Reaction time runs a 10:27 on a 10:28, 1/100th of a second. So Mark Adams, boy oh boy, takes the win. All right, Darren Sangster with the Gangster out of Brandon, Manitoba, 81 Cutlass, 909 dialed in to a 910. How about 1/100th of a? This is a heads-up race, folks. But you'd be surprised at the top end, the 1/100th number might matter. He's going up against Brandon Bennett out of White City with the Mustang. 1/100th of a second on these cars. Oh, man, Darren, boy. Our friend out of Brandon, Manitoba, red lit by 1/11/10,000th of a second. So Brandon Bennett takes the win, runs a 9:11 or a 9:10. He's got the number, but oh my God, Darren just almost with the perfect light. Well, next year, 60 years at SIR, Lyle and Mark Hetrick used to own this old altered. Riley McClellan out of Aberdeen with his wife, Nikki, running the altered. Northway Surplus, JJ's Car Wash, Top Cat Tattoos, Rippers Repair, Lady Luck Automotive, and Deb Murdoch Mortgage Brokers. 9:48. Riley will have to wait as Kim G, Outcast Racing. 11:05 will get the head start. Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition. And she's racing for Gary Walder this year. And it's over. Kim Gallagher gets the win as it's a red eye for Riley McClellan. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go, Super Pro. All right, another history guy out at SIR. Barry Pollard out of Regina run that Super Stock Roadrunner. It's 1976. So you can tell how many years he's run it. 11:51. He'll get the head start as Camden Fiesel at 10:26. So just over a second head start. And Camden Fiesel sponsored by Boat Auto Regina and Buyer's Choice Home Inspections. Top end, it's Barry Pollard with the win. 11:54 and 11:51. Camden Fiesel broke out. 10:25 on a 10:26. 1/100th of a second. Well, I got a feeling a Camaro's going to win this round. Now, which one? Jake Fiesel out of Regina, 87 Camaro. He's running the blue one, sponsored by Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, Electro Deck. 10:26, we'll have to wait a little bit. At Johnson Atten at 10:49, we got about less than 2/10 of a second difference, folks. Watch the Christmas team. Less than 2/10. And it's over. Jake Fiesel with the red eye. So let's take a look. Johnson Atten, 10:49, goes through it at 10:50. 056 reaction time. Johnson Atten, you're ready for the next round of Queen City Performance Pro Class. Well, these guys are part of our 60-year history. Dwight Grzybowski, first generation Grzybowski, racing out of Martinsville. 10:40 on the Stolen Dignity. Nolan Penner's been coming here for how many years? Racing, now his family's coming. 10:36, 4/100th of a second. Watch the Christmas tree, folks. 4/100th of a second. And clean start at the line. And it's Nolan Penner with the win. First call protesters, 1 and 2. First call protesters, 1 and 2. Andrew L. approaching the starting line out of Belgoni, Saskatchewan, 9:58. He's going to have to wait a little bit at 10:07 for our friends out of Martinsville. That's right, Harold Penner. A number of decades racing here. 10:07, K&M Auto, Harold Penner Trucking. And Harold Hay used to do circle track racing as well. True gearhead. And watch the starting line, folks. Well, it's over at the line. 009 red light, 9/1000th of a second. And he had a good number on it, but it is Harold Penner. 10:07 goes through at a 10:12 with a 160 reaction time. And that concludes our first round eliminations, Queen City Performance Pro class. We are now in the OK Tire Super Pro class, the fastest class here at SIR. All right, iRock Racing. That's right, Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan. 84 Camaro, sponsored by Schulte Industries, Stein Electric. 882, he will get the head start. As our friends out of Pasqua Lake, Jamie Fiesel with the Bantam Altered. Buyer's Choice Home Inspections and Boat Auto, 847. So about 0.3 of a second difference on these Volvo vehicles, folks. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is the iRock Camaro, the Bernard family out of Watson, Saskatchewan. Testers, stage and lanes 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. All right, from Melfort, we got the Taylor family. That's right, Brian and Jody. Brian driving the 78 Malibu, 893 dialed in. He'll get the head start. The dragster, yes, another drag racer from the junior dragster realm. Taylor Fiesel out of Regina, Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspection. He's going to have to wait a 798. So almost a 1 second difference. Clean start at the line. And top in. It is Taylor Fiesel, 804 and a 798 dial-in. And yes, the game has started, but I am not going to mention anything because I don't know what's going on. I'm taping the game myself. So hopefully, and I know fewer racers are doing that as well, so I'm not going to announce any scores over the air. Well, got a chance to catch up with Arnie. He is back. That's all I'm going to say, and he's back where he should be. 8:58. I'd like to thank Bruce at ABS for the horsepower and his dad who taught him to drive. Arnie with the door slammer will get the head start as Richie Harder, RWH Motorsports Dragster, 765. About a second difference. Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is Richie Harder, 768 on a 765. Came down to reaction times, 012 for Harder, 034. Boy, oh boy, you got to earn it here today. Well, I like what the Stetners did with this Model T27 Roadster out of Regina. PBJ 5-star Stetner Auto and Spider Electric 897. They're pulling the wheels on that sucker. What's the starting line? Austin out of Regina, Jack Appleby and Shannon Appleby out of Emerald Park, 72 Dart, 919. You'll get a head start by 0.2 of a second. Or it's over at the line, unfortunately. Austin out the gates a little too quick with a red eye, 040 for Appleby. And Appleby 922 on the 919. I'd say Appleby's got the right number on the car. Well, we had a run-up last year. Bob Fiesel having a great year behind that dragster. And once again, let's see what the points say later today. Tomorrow, Bob Fiesel, 879 on that dragster. Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency. He will have to wait as Cliff Horn out of Delmany will get the head start with the Daytona Door Slammer. 904 dialed in. Clean start at the line. Bobby Fiesel, 008 reaction time. Goes to 882 on an 879. Cliff Horn, 016. Go through 907 and 904. 3/100ths of a second difference on that run, folks. Well, we got Crushing here, that's right. They had a few new crew members here today. That's right, Brent and Charlotte Sewer. That's right. Potter Sewer and Poland Mechanical, Provincial Vodka, the other sponsor. Richard and Jones Skopic out of Saskatoon with Crush It. They'll have to wait. 806 dialed in, and Smiling Leroy Schmidt's got 921 on the Door Slammer. PBR Roxton and Kelly Solheim. Well, Richard Skopic goes through, sees that Leroy left the line. 001 reaction time, but then had a big hiccup on the starting line. So we're just going to go check it out, see what's going on. All right, souvenir shop, I've been told by Brenda, we are going to close at about 4:30. And since we got a little bit of downtime here, does anyone want to know the winning 50-50 ticket number? Did you want to dig into your bug? There we go. Awesome fans out of Selby. I love these guys. Do you guys want to check the 50-50 tickets? Okay, I'll check mine first, though, okay? Well, you know what, folks? I didn't win, so do I have to keep announcing the winning ticket number? Like, it's only $760. Mike, shut up and give me the number already, right? You don't have to be so polite. We love you guys, but you don't have to be polite with me, right? I miss my wife. You got to talk to me like that, right? And if you guys say anything to my wife, I'll just tell you you're lying. 37 years of marriage, right? Okay, ready for $760. Winning ticket is 1804367. That was an earlier ticket because I bought early in the morning and mine is a 9:51. So if you bought tickets early in the morning, you may be up $760. So the winning ticket once again is 1804367. Once again, 1804367. Come up to the tower. You got $760 here. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 5 and 6. All right, just checking the starting line on that VP Fuel Racing lane. But once again, the 50-50 ticket, $760, 1804367. Come on up to the tower. 1804367. Come on up to the tower. And you're going to be the announcer's best friend for the rest of the night, right? No, I'm kidding. Well, we can still be friends, right? Okay, we're still getting that car out of there. So once again, you got your tickets out. 1804367. 1804367. Come on up to the tower. $760 your way. Once again, if no one's claimed it, we are going to post it on Facebook later. So if you got it in your pocket, you've been busy doing something, we're going to keep announcing it during the day. But if no one's claimed it, we will post it. And that's the best thing. You don't have to be here at SIR to win the 50-50. But why wouldn't you be, right? Well, I like this matchup. Jason Howdle driving Barney, 71 Charger out of Lloydminster, Alberta. 10:20 will get the head start. As the ramp goes, yeah, Scotty's dialed in at 8:09. So we got roughly about a 2-second head start. Scott sponsored by Link Rental, Studio One, RWH Motorsports, BBJ 5-star laser on body, and ABS competition. And it's a clean start at the line, top end. It is Jason Howdle. As Scotty Yaremko ran too quick in 8:07 on 8:09. Jason Howdle, you're on your game, my friend. 0-1-0 reaction time, 10:21 on a 10:20. 1/100th of a second. You're going to be the guy to beat today. Well, I don't know if I'm pleased to announce it, but of course I'm pleased. That money is going to Milford. Brian and Jody Taylor. Brian with the winning ticket, so the $760 has been claimed. They've got gas money to go back to Milford. So congratulations, 50-50 has been claimed. All right, back on the racetrack here, Ed Desarlais up with Sean Isaac. And top end. It is Eddie Desarlais, runs a 9:47 and 9:45. Came down to reaction times. Okay, final call for Sportsman. Final call for Sportsman. All right, Catherine Churchman and Chris Kergessner out of Dundurn with the 65 Belvedere. Chris Kergessner driving at 960 dialed in. And he will have to wait as Fred Schwab gets the head start at 10:44. Less than a second head start. RWH Motorsports running the 75 AMC Hornet. Did I say Mopar with Mopar? Well, I should. AMC is technically Mopar. Top end. And the win goes to Chris Kergessner. All right, Cole Smet out of Nacum running, I believe that's a 318 in that Dakota. With another Mopar, yes, we know out of Regina, Steve Gabber, 2016 Challenger. Performance Plus. Well, clean start of the line. These guys are testing each other. And Steve Gabber, 3:24 reaction time. Yes, we're testing. We'll announce that over testers. 10:43, 13:24 for our friend Cole Semets out of Nacum. All right, once again, the 50-50 did get claimed. Congratulations to the Taylors out of Milford. They won $760. Congratulations, it has been claimed. Once again, we do have a possibility of the 50-50 in August. Someone is bringing a ticket tomorrow to claim it. So all 50-50s this year have been claimed at SIR. Thank you so much, Brendo Goebel. Well, Warren Cook, he's through the top end here with a red eye. Scott Kiowski's still trying to figure out what's going on in the reaction for his reaction time at the starting line. Warren Cook with Mustang through to 964, 931 for our friend Scott. All right, still trying to figure this car out. Al Allen Oldsmobile, it is for sale. Beautiful car. Al Allen going down the track with Brad Prokopiew. Yes, newly licensed, beautiful 89 Beretta. And I'll tell you what, fast Beretta. Al Allen with the perfect light through to 830, 165 miles an hour. He's got to be smiling on that one. Perfect light, Al Allen. Brad Prokopiev threw it 185 miles or 724. Well, I would say, Mr. Trelevin, you got the monkey off your back. Nice straight burnout through that starting line. Junior Street, we need you in stage and lane as well. Junior Dragster, stage and lane 1. Junior Street and Junior Dragster, we need you in stage and lanes. That was a straight burnout. So what you guys are probably wondering is, why is this guy warming up those big tires in the back? Well, the reason is they heat them. They're stickier, better traction. There's his son making sure everything's off the blower. And Dwayne Trelevin ready to make a second pass of the day here. Now that's Dwayne Trelevin, a 765, 175 miles an hour. Dwayne's back. He definitely wants to thank his crew, and Dave Bondarchuk coming out today. Dwayne Trelevin from Grandora, 765, 175 miles an hour. Gotta say, that's the quickest pass of the day. All right, it could be your daddy's Cadillac. Blair Alderton, yes. Mr. Photographer Extraordinaire, he's having fun here today, drag racing. 063 with that Cadillac station wagon. And through the top end, 987. 987, 140 miles an hour. But he did say, Mike, it's more than just changing a chip on that Cadillac. He did a bunch of other things. All right. Oh, I like this matchup for testers. This car is for sale. Cam Buster Extraordinaire. Brad Bludop out of Yorkton. Or is it Vermilion? I'm having fun with you, Brad. Brad Bludop going up against Mike Piacek out of Regina. I love this Nova. 69 Nova. And Brad Bludop, one of the Cam Busters. That's right. 8th Mile Racing in a couple weeks. We're back here again. Well, Piacek, traction with action, top end, 790, 170 miles an hour. 991 for Brad Bludop, 138 miles an hour. Wow, door slammers under 8 seconds. Well, Martin and Lorene Mortzuck out of Regina, normally running a Mustang, having some fun with us all at Bantam Altered. Did I say it's a 4-cylinder Bantam Altered? Did I say it's a 4-big-cylinder Bantam Altered? And man, he can drive it. He drove Bruce Meadows' Bantam Altered a couple of weeks ago. Boy, oh boy. Very good drag racer. Martin Mortzuck through a red light, through a 864, 152 miles an hour. Junior Street, we need you in staging. And Junior Dragster, staging lane number 1. All right, let's see if Rob Tangeman gets some traction on this round. As out of Regina with the 70 Duster. Once again, no traction, no action, but I'll tell you, watch this car go down the track. And last time I think he shut her about half track, so let's see if he's testing. .965, 129 miles an hour. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in 3 and 4. All right, Sherry Gordon, 1464 dialed in. She's in the Performance Plus Sportsman class. So she's got a single pass. She had a good qualifying round. So it could have been a bye run because of that, or a competitor might have broken an 015 this round, 1464. She can't disqualify herself. She goes through it as 1468. 4/100ths of a second, I would say. She may want to keep that number. Well, if you're wondering, yes, somebody did claim the 50-50. That's right, the Taylor family out of Melford. Brian Taylor, congratulations. You've got some gas money back. Well, right now, put your hands together. Dwayne Trelevin, you got the monkey off your back, my friend. It was a 765 down the track. So whatever was giving you problems earlier, I think you're there, my friend. I know the first pass was a little bit light, but yes, make sure everything's working right. But I'll tell you what, that last pass, you are back. Trelevin Racing out of Grandora. Good job. That's right. Dwayne Treleaven, he is back. And Gilles Bass takes the win. He broke out at the top end. As Sean Arnstead red lit. All right. Junior Street Legal. Still waiting for a few more cars. Junior Street Legal co-pilot class. And you see the mist once again. Chase Strand out of Booyah, Saskatchewan. 11:59. 12:18 dialed in for our friend out of Regina with the Vega, Owen Desjardins. Sponsored by Pro Reefer Mobile Truck, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, and Deck Brothers Performance. And top end, it is Chase Strand with the win. All right, our next pair, the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Amanda Josic Flamin, 11:55 in the Pontiac GTA. She'll have to wait as Evan Stephenson with the Super Coupe gets a bit of a head start. Not by much, though. 12:06 to 11:55. Boy, it's about maybe 1/10 of a second difference on that run. And top end, it is Evan Stephenson. Boy, oh boy, 0:06 reaction time. Runs a 12:07 and a 12:06. Evan, you are definitely ready for the next round. All right, co-pilot class, we need you guys. Junior Street Legal co-pilot class, we need you in staging. All right, the Battle of Trucks, it is the Mopar, Matt Hendry, 1798. We've got a 4-second difference here, 1395 for our friend Jay Steele with the Blazer. So yeah, this is going to be a headhunt race. But Jason's got to pick up some real estate on this. It is a Superior Diesel Blazer, sponsored by RWH Motorsports and Mr. Transmission. Member of the Outcast Racing Team. Will he do it? He doesn't. Matt Hendry, 1805 on a 1798. As Jay Steele broke out, ran a 1393 on a 1395. Basically, 2/100ths of a second difference on that. All right, Junior Street, I think you guys are there. We're missing one more, I think. But Junior Street, final call. Junior Street co-pilot, final call. All right, Hot Wheels. That's right, Chad Novak got a Kenora. Dialed in, 1450 on the convertible Mustang. He will get the head start as our friend out of Martinsville, Clay Smets. That's right, Elvira on the license plate, 1293 dialed in. So just over, well, close to 2-second difference here. And it is red eye. Goodbye. Clay Smets with the red light. Chad Novak with a red light as well. But he red lit afterwards, so he takes the win. All right, the yellow duster, that is Chantel Hendry. Hendry's Motorsports, OK Tire, 1262. She will have to wait as our friend out of Coupar with the Mustang, Steve Roske at 1398 dialed in. Well, they're side by side. And top end, it is the yellow duster. Chantel Hendry takes the win. 002 reaction time. Stephen Boyle, boy, 206. So she got, they've got treed, right? The Christmas tree. Reaction time's the factor on that run. driving a different Mopar truck. Eric Humphreys out of Saskatoon, 1865. We've got a headhunt race on this one because Darren Shimko's got a 1223 on that Orange Nova out of Saskatoon. Automotive and the Boastman Mullet Mafia you'd like to thank. Boy, oh boy, we got a 6-second head start. Well, Darren Shimko's got some real estate to catch up. Will he do it? He does do it. As Eric Humphrey breaks out 1864 with a 7.3 of a second. 1224 and a 1223. Shimko, you're in the next round. All right, our next pair. The Red Mustang, that is Chad Penner, second generation Penner Racing out of Martinsville, 1154. He's going to have to wait as Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon. He'll get the head start with the Charger at 1307. So just over a second head start. All right, here we go, fans. That's right, support your racer. Here's Steven making his way down the return road. Awesome job, guys. Love this fans. Love you guys. Well, clean start at the line. Kind of burping and farting all the way down the track. And it is Garrett Gerwing with the win. All right, there we go. We have to straighten out some numbers. It's Darian Isaac out of Southie running that Ram 2500. Darian is dialed in at 980. Down that 8th mile, we'll have to wait as Maya Jacques, 1145, will get the head start out of Regina with the Colorado. Pro Reefer Mobile, Dyna Crane, Meterman Incorporated, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailer Rentals. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. First call, Radio Tire, 1 and 2. Well, red light for Maya Jacques. Darian Isaac, you're in the next round, a 990 on a 980. I think you got the right number. Well, just when you think it's Sullivan Gruff, it's Marley Breeze out of Prince Albert. Kara and Steve having a lot of fun. Aurora Chiropractic, Marley Breeze, 913 dialed in. She will have to wait as Sully Gruff. That's right, Sully and Megan dialed in 1180 on the Canyon. So Sullivan will get the head start. Well, clean start at the line. And top of the 8th mile, it's Marley Breeze, 917 on 913. Sullivan Groff, you kind of broke out on that one, Sully. 1156 on 1180, I know. But good job, Sully. Good job, Megan. Thank you. Radio Tire, second call. Radio Tire, second call. All right, well, we have some former racers bringing out their grandkids. One is right now Linda Sabiston with Nikita Blanchard. Kurt Jackson, well, you lost your partner. Football was more important. But, hey, the riders might need him, right? We'll find out later. And once again, I'm not saying nothing. I don't know what's going on in the game. I'm taping it just like some of us, right? So anyways, newly licensed Laura Pitka out of Saskatoon running the Intrepid. We got Mopar with Mopar, 1150 dialed in. So Laura will get the head start. Nikita will have to wait. And all the rules apply. And at the top end, it is Laura Pitka with their first win. 1161, 1150. As Nikita, 1032 under 999. All right, first call, second round eliminations. Queen City Performance Pro, let's find your partner and let's go. Second round eliminations in Pro, Queen City Performance Pro. Find your partner and let's go. All right, Jensen Adams out of Craven running the Duramax 980. So we got the diesel truck up against Jack Prokopiew. And guess what? Jack says, you know what? We're going to run a Kia Soul 1101. Maybe they're doing it for economics. Or maybe Jack just wants to run the Soul, right? It don't matter. Either way, these guys are having some fun. You could have some fun racing with us too. Family racing here at SIR. And clean start at the line. And through the 8th mile, Jack Prokopiew takes the win. 11:10 on 11:01 dial in. All right, we got a 908 dialed in. Henry Motorsports, Cameron Einstad. He's out of Maidstone. He'll have to wait as Dominic Isaac out of Southie running that Dually 2021 Ram. Yeah, that's right. We're going to put a carbon footprint down. 1111 dialed in. And yes, Dominic gets the head start. And that's Daddy Blanchard, isn't it? There we go. I thought I recognized you. Why are you letting the grandkids go with grandma and grandpa? Well, maybe that's a good idea, right? They probably listen better. All right, well, top of the 8th, it went to Dominic Isaac, as it is a double break. Well, no, it's a red eye. Sorry for Cameron, because he did break out with Dominic. All right, Radio Tire, we guys need you in 1 and 2. Radio Tires 1 and 2. Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, find your partners and let's go. And yes, the SDRA executive, thank you. That was a very nice touch today. The staff, you guys have been doing a wonderful job. I'll tell you, the 3 days at the feature, it was a tough one. And then you got to go back to your job the next day. Boy, oh boy, I was mushed for a while. But I'll tell you what, you guys, we couldn't do it without you. So once again, very nice gesture from the SDRA executive for recognizing everyone here at the track. Because once again, we can't do it without everybody. And thank you so much for your efforts. Radio Tire, we need you in 1 and 2. Radio Tire, 1 and 2. And Pro, find your partner and let's go. So I'd say maybe Russ is harvesting right now, eh? Got to be busy. Got to pay for the rides. And I did mention that the 50-50 was won by Brian Taylor earlier. So yes, all the 50-50s have been claimed except August 15th. And the winning ticket is en route for tomorrow. There we go. The Southie group kind of cheering on their own. Good job. Well, I think we're going to do a best of 3 racing here. That's right, the future of drag racing and junior dragsters. We got the Jessic Flamin fam. Oh boy, Turbo Thomas. Oh my God. Redlit 0011. So Leah Jessic Flamin takes the win. And she broke out. May want to change that number, but wow. Thomas Jasic, almost a perfect light. Good job, guy. All right, Radio Tire, we need you. Final call, Pro. Find your partner and let's go. 5 and 6, second round eliminations. Radio Tire, 1 and 2, we need you. Well, I think our friend from Manitoba got the bye run on this one. You had a perfect light earlier today in time trials, correct? I kind of have a good memory sometimes. And no, I don't know what the score in the game is. I am not saying nothing. I'm not looking. I got it recording. And boy, oh boy, just about 5 o'clock. All right, the gate's been closed. Track being prepped again one more time. And we're getting ready for the second round elimination, starting off with the radial tire. These guys are testing, and then we're going to follow with Pro. That's right, the Queen City Performance Pro class. Once again, thank you guys from Queen City for sponsoring this class again at SIR, the biggest class. All right, tracks prep, ready to go. Radio Tire, final call. And Pro, find your partner. And let's go. All right, guys. Sorry I missed you on that one. Got good distracted. Thank you for waving. That's right. Our junior dragsters making their way down. Round one went to Leah Jasic Flamin. And we're going to do the best of three here for these guys. And once again, we did announce the 50-50 has been claimed. Souvenir shop is now closed. Carmen's going to get busier. How are you guys doing in the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? Are we doing okay? Pretty nice weather, no wind. Looking at that flag on the starting line. Got to thank Mother Nature today. One beautiful day. Hopefully tomorrow. And then we will conclude our point series race. That's right. We return in a couple weeks. Thank you to our friends out of Yorkton, the Cam Busters, sponsoring the 1/8 mile race. So once again, thank you, Frank and crew. Barb, you finally woke up, did ya? I'm teasing. Come on. Good to see ya. You look familiar. Aren't you supposed to be behind a wheel of a vehicle or something? Okay, I'll leave you alone, Paul. Put down the rock. Put it down. Good to see you, bud. All right, still a few more vehicles. Pro almost there. Once again, Pro, let's go. Find your partner and let's go. Second round eliminations here at Point Series. And we are working on the points here. We'll have the points all figured out for tomorrow. Maybe. We got an abacus up here. I got my shoes and my socks off. I got an extra 10 toes. So we can figure it out, right? All right, Radio Tire. This is our friend Performance Plus, Brian Stephenson, locations in Saskatoon and Regina. All right, out of the burnout box, Brian Stevenson. Out of Corman Park, Brian and Ashley. Ashley Woodbine, that's right, she does photography out here as well. We got Rich Bedford right now taking some pictures. Make sure you check him out on Facebook. A lot of great pictures from the feature. Thank you, Rich Bedford. First call for Super Pro, and there is Brian Stevenson. Whoa! And three-quarter track, he shuts her down. Still goes through to 956. But his 8th mile is a 607, 139 miles an hour. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Well, he had a perfect light earlier today. Maybe that's why he's got the bye run. Either way, Richard Isa out of Brandon, Manitoba. He gets a free ride. I love the back of his license plate. Be seeing ya later. Well, it doesn't say later. It just says be seeing ya. So Richard and his wife, 1090 dialed in out of Brandon, Manitoba. We'd like to welcome our friends from Manitoba. it don't matter. He red lit. He's still in the next round. So he wants to make sure that 1090 is going to... Oh, boy, 1099. Hey, he's got the number. Just got to work on the reaction time. No red eyes. Super Pro, 3 and 4. Let's go. Well, we're talking about the Cam Busters. That's right. One of the members, Derek Murray, out of Yorkton, 95 Mustang, 1028 dialed in. Going to be back hopefully in a couple weeks for 8-mile racing here at SIR. So at 1028, Derek is going to have to wait. Glenn Henry at 1041. Well, Plum Crazy with the red eye. Derek Murray, let's take a look at 1028 through the top end. 1031, my friend, you are ready for the next round in Pro. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Well, Mopar with Mopar, both races out of Regina. And that car looks familiar. Yeah, it's a Bennett car, but it's Isaac Stettner behind the wheel. That's 69 Dart. BBJ 5-star, Stettner Auto, ABS Competition, Spider Electric, Who's Your Tire, Competitive Suspension, and Mark Bennett Transmissions, the sponsor. 1010 dialed in. So he's going to have to wait. Barry Pollard is 1153 on the old Road Runner. And what a launch by Isaac Stettner. And they're almost side by side. Top end. It's Isaac Stettner with the win at 1027 or a 1010. And Barry Pollard, 1170 on 1153. Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Fourth call. All right, our next pair. Boy, oh boy, a couple of veterans here, but we're slowed down here. What is going on? So Harold Penner with the red Fairlane. 1008 dialed in, K&M Auto. Harold Penner Trucking. Nita Henry, 1062. Okay, Tire, Henry's Motorsports. And unfortunately for Harold, red eye goodbye. 021 reaction time. Let's take a look. Anita Henry, 1062. Top end, 1060 breaks out. So, and Harold Penner would have broke out as well, so may want to change the numbers. All right, our next pair, Cam Buster Extraordinaire, Frank Fajosa out of Yorkton, Napa Auto Parts, Value Tire, Sturgis Tire, OK Tire, 1182, he'll get the head start as Outcast Racing, Kim Gallagher, 1108 dialed in on that Pontiac Acadian, Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and racing for Gary Waldner this year. And top end, it's Kimmy G. All right, that's right. Brad Boschman's immediate family celebrating 25 years here at SIR. That's right, Brad the dad, Jody the kid, Mason the mongoose Boschman. We got 3 generations right there. 975 dialed in on the Pontiac Trans Am. Limitless Auto Boutique, Martinsville Collision, SCS Contract, and T-Box Blue. He will get the head start as Brandon Bennett, 911 on that Mustang out of White City. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. Well, Fort, oh boy. Mason, 0002 red light. Oh, you guys aren't going to like the timing slip on that one. 0002 red eye. The guys ran their race. All right, our next pair, Brayton Haru on the line first. Cutlass 442 out of Saskatoon, 946. RWH Motorsports Laser Auto Body is sponsors. I'd like to thank Scott and Glenn Yaremko as well as Mom and Dad. 946, you'll have to wait. Ryan Appleby out of Regina gets a head start. I'd like to thank Kendra, Kara, and Russ. So a 970, also sponsored by ABS Competition, Bennett's Auto, ABJ 5-Star, and Precision Machine. We already said Bennett Auto, right? 970, and it is Mopar versus Olds this round. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. And top end, it is Haru through, 948 on a 946. Ryan Appleby broke out, 970, ran a 969. Wow, what a drag race. All right, our next pair, Nolan Penner. That's right, second generation Penner racing out here in Martinsville. Running the white fair lane for a number of years. 1037 dialed in. He'll have to wait as Johnson Adden will get a bit of a head start. 1050 dialed in the Camaro out of Outlook. So we got about maybe over one-tenth of a second on these cars, folks. Not much. Pretty well a heads-up race. Watch the Christmas tree. What a great reaction time by both racers, and the win goes to Nolan Penner. 1040 on a 1037 001. Johnson Adden broke out, ran a 1049 and a 1050 008. That was a drag race. 2/2000ths of a second difference on that run. All right, Mark Adams out of Craven with the new ride, the Camaro. Prairie Industrial Health Services, Valley Boys Plumbing and Heating, 976. We'll have to wait. Dave Fuzzy Kerr gets the head start with the 62 Ferry out of Regina, 1213. Street Legal 5 and 6, Street Legal 5 and 6, Testers 1 and 2, Testers 1 and 2. Well, top end, it is Dave Fuzzy Kerr, 1215 and a 1213, as a breakout for Mark Adams, 963 and a 976. Our next pair up, Mike Kilbride out of the burnout box first out of Regina, 11:15 dialed in. Kilbride, Plumbing and Heating. He'll get the head start as it's Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski, 99 S10. They've got 1082 dialed in. They'd like to say a big thank you to RWH Motorsports Laser, Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Help. Clean start at the line. And it is the S10 with the win. Double breakout. So Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski in the next round. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Street legal. We need you in staging. Street legal into staging. All right, on the line first from Pilot Butte, Ed Desjardins with the 67 Malibu, Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, 943 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Kim and Lorianne Bernard out of Watson, Saskatchewan, 84 IROC Camaro, Schulte Industries, Stein Electric. And top end, Eddie Desjardins with the perfect light. 944 to 943. Eddie Desjardins, you are in game 0001. And that's the RWH Motorsports Dragster. Richie Harder behind the wheel. That's right, sponsored by Northern Blacktop, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction. Amy Schwab on the starting line, 766 dialed in. He'll wait. That's right. We've got Chris Kergester with the 65 Belvedere with Catherine Churchman. Chris running at 959 dialed in. He will have to wait. Or he gets a head start. There we go. Been a long day in the office here today. Well, clean start at the line, top end. It is Chris Kergester. 961 or 959, 015 reaction time as Richie Harder breaks out 765 and a 766, 1/100th of a second. Well, Richard Jones Skopak, crush it. That's right, the new rep on that dragster. Like to thank their crew members earlier today, Brent and Charlotte Sewer. That's right. Sewer and Poland Mechanical, their sponsors. Provincial Vodka, 806 dialed in. Richard will have to wait as our friends out of Emerald Park, Jack and Shannon Appleby, 72 Dart, 920 dialed in. And it's a clean start. And it's Appleby with the win right on the number, a 920. Richard Skopak broke out at 805 with a 5 on a 806. 5/1000th of a second breakout. Street legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Street legal, 5 and 6. All right, dragster with dragster. I like this matchup. Travis McBain, sponsored by Snooker Shack Napa. McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, Haga Mechanical, 779 will have to wait. As Taylor Fiesel, 798, gets a bit of a head start, not by much though. Maybe 1/10 of a second. Boat Auto, Buyer's Choice Home Inspections, Taylor out of Regina, and another racer progressing from the Junior Dragster class here at SIR. And it's a clean start at the line. And it is Travis McBain, 781 and a 779. Wow, Taylor Fiesel, 798, went through to 805. So boy, oh boy, 7/100ths of a second difference on that. And Bob Fiesel out of Burnout Box, Pasqua Lake, Saskatchewan, Echo Electric, Advanced Electrical Agency. 882 on the dragster, so Bob Fiesel will have to wait as Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta is going to get the head start. That's right, Jason Howdle, 1020 dialed in. So just over a second difference on these cars. Jeff Semenuk, what are you doing? Come on up. Oh boy, Bob Fiesel's not going to like the light on this. A 0007 red eye. And I'll tell you what, Mr. Howdle, you're on your game. An 006 reaction time. 10:21 and a 10:20. Barney, you're in the next round. Stacy, you can't leave. All right, final call for Street Legal and final call for testers. First call for Junior Street, co-pilot class 3 and 4. First call, co-pilot class, Junior Street 3 and 4. Well, we got Mopar with Mopar, and these guys are testing. Got the Daytona. Good to see Cliff Horn having some fun here with us today. As well, talking to Arnie. Yeah, he was off for a little bit. We had chatted. It don't matter. He's back here today. So it's been a while. But good to see my good friend Arnie Josephson with that blue Barracuda. What a launch! Love it, Arnie. 056 reaction time, 011 for Cliff Horn. All right, he's newly licensed. Warren Cook out of LaSalle, Manitoba. Once again, we'd like to welcome our friends out of Manitoba. Going up against Lucifer, that's right. That is Mr. Krieger out of Viscount. Warren Krieger. All right, well, Warren Cook through. Well, didn't get a time on that one. We got the time on the Tiger Automotive Lane, 1039, 131 miles an hour. All right, well, could be your daddy's Cadillac if you're Blair Alderton, right? And Mike, it was more than a chip change, and I'll tell you, this Cadillac, it tears up the track. What a great run he had last round. He's up with our friend Cam Buster, Brad Bludoff. Yeah, we know him. He's tractor puller as well extraordinaire. But he's up here, and the Mustang is for sale. Well, Red Eye, Brad Bludoff out of Yorkton, threw it at 882, 129 miles an hour. Blair Alderton, 995, 139 miles an hour. All right, looks like it's going to be a single pass here with our friend with Hyundai Kona. And they were running 8th mile, so 9:27, 80 miles at the 8th half track. All right, well, Steve Gaber, there we go. We got Jeff Semenuk up here straightening me out on his nephew. Once again, family racing here at SIR. Just learned that here today. So Steve out of Regina with the NACM. That's right, Cole Cements. Probably a 318 on that 88 Dakota, I think. All right, Junior Street Co-Pilot class, we need you in staging. Co-Pilot class, we need you guys to find your partners and get into staging. And Junior Dragster, round number 2. Junior Dragster, staging lane 1. All right, the McBain family making their way down the track. All right, Tracy Murray, that's right. Cam Busters out of Yorkton. That's Tracy having fun. Street Legal 1530 on the 2024 Mustang up with Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's. Well, he said he had to change tires, so he's running the Maxima today. He's running the point series. And clean start at the line, top of the quarter mile, side by side. And it is Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. All right, Amanda Jacek Flamin. Sherry Gordon, last run, went to Amanda Jacek Flamin. All right, it is Yachty Warehouse Street Legal round, and Matt Henry takes the win at 18:07 on a 17:98. All right, back in the Auto Warehouse Street Legal. That's right, Trevor Jasic out of Saskatoon, 1445. You'll have to wait as Nate Gross out of Southie, Saskatchewan, 1511 dialed in. We'll get the head start. All right, Nate Gross through Sully. He takes the win, double breakout. Or it was a red eye. There we go. Sorry, Trevor Jasic with the red eye. There we go. Nate Gross broke out. So I may want to change that number. All right, our next pair, Gilles Basque of Saskatoon, my French-Canadian friend from New Brunswick. He visited his family over the summer. He's back here in Saskatchewan. And he's got the Nomeo. 1655 dialed in on the Mopar. Braden Bentley, 1484 dialed in on the Trans Am convertible. Junior Street, we need you guys, Junior Street. All right, Evan Stephenson and Jay Steele. And Jay Steele out of the Brunel Box First Superior Diesel Blazer, sponsored by RWH Motorsports, Mr. Transmission, member of the Outcast Racing Team, 1393. Jace will get the head start at 1204 for Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon. So Junior Street, we need you guys in staging. Find your partner and let's go, Junior Street. All right, Jay Steele with Evan Stephenson. Well, side by side, the win goes to Evan Stephenson. 1208 on a 1204 as Jay Steele broke out a 1390 on a 1394. Or, sorry, 1393. There we go. Final call, Junior Street. We need you in staging. Find your partner. Final call for Junior Street. I believe it's the white Intrepid we're waiting for. All right, our next pair, Graham Robertson out of Saskatoon Audi. That's right, 1339 dialed in. He'll get tapped the weight as our friend with the Core Rock construction truck. Dave Leverton, 1385, will get the head start in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class. Well, clean start at the line, side by side. And this is at the top end of the quarter mile, top end. It is Dave Leverton with the win. All right, our next pair, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal Elimination Round. Marcy Desjardins out of Regina running the 2020 Equinox 1505 dialed in. She'll get the head start. as our friend, that's right, Taylor Jasic, a junior dragster drag racer from years back with a 2010 Camaro 1380, will have to wait. And at the top end of the quarter mile, the win goes to Marcy Desjardins, as it's a breakout for Taylor Jasic. First call for Radial Tire. First call for Radial Tire. Well, I think we got Prince Albert's Burnout Queen, Marty Breeze, up here. That's right, Aurora Chiropractic, her sponsor. Marty and Steve making the run down the track, 9:13, dialed in. So she can't disqualify herself. Let's take a look, 9:13, she goes through a 9:18, 010 reaction time. I'd say Marty is there. Radial Tire 1 and 2, Pro 5 and 6, find your partner and let's go. Pro 5 and 6, find your partner and let's go. All right, our next pair on the line, Laura Pitguy, newly licensed, having some fun with the guys here and the girls. That's right, newly licensed, running 8th mile, 11:50 dialed in. And she will get the head start as Jack Prokopiew out of Newland Lodge, 11:01 difference. So we got about a half a second difference on these vehicles. And Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Radial Tire 1 and 2, Radial Tire. And they are up and running down the 8th mile. And Jack Prokopiew, 11:05 and 11:01 dial in. Came down to reaction times, but I'll tell you what, Laura, you got to get her every round. And you are newly licensed, so congratulations, girl. You're going to get her. There we go. Marley and Steve making their way back. That's right. Pro 5 and 6, find your partner and go. Radio Tire 1 and 2, third call. Radio Tire 1 and 2, Pro, find your partner 5 and 6. Third round eliminations. Well, I see we're a little bit busier there, Carmen. That's right, the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens. How are you guys doing out there? Are you doing all right? We're not waving hands. Come on, this is a safety check. Got to make sure you're okay. Make sure you're wearing your water wings. All right, well, top of the 8th, we got the Battle of Isaacs. I think Isaac's going to win. It is Dominic Isaac this round, 10:54 and a 10:40. Darian, a 9:92 and a 9:80. Partially reaction times, but either way, Dominic, you're in the next round. 10:54 and a 10:40. Darian, a 9:92 and a 9:80. Partially reaction times, but either way, Dominic, you're in the next round. 10:54 and a 10:40. Darian, a 9:92 and a 9:80. Partially reaction times, but either way, Dominic, you're in the next round. Radio Tire, staging lane 1. Radio Tire, staging lane 1 and 2. Pro, 5 and 6, find your partner. Pro, 5 and 6, find your partner. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Radio Tire 1 and 2. Pro 5 and 6. Pro 5 and 6. All right, if they were going to battle of 3 rounds here, first round, I believe, went to Leia. All right, we got to say congratulations to the Isaac family. I knew it was going to be an Isaac that was going to win, right? Good job, guys. Awesome race. And good fans. Good job, guys. Awesome time. Good job, guys. All right, well, the future of drag racing. We got junior dragsters coming up to the line. I'm pretty sure Papa Russ is probably harvesting right now. Leia Jacek Flamin, Lightning Leia, 1183. Turbo Thomas, 1178. Thomas in the VP Fuel lane. Leia in the Tiger Automotive lane. Well, Turbo Thomas, Red Eye, Lightning Leia takes the win. 1196 over 1183. Red Eye for Turbo Thomas. So we're just going to touch up the track here briefly. Once again, Radio Tire 1 and 2. And Pro, find your partner 5 and 6. Let's go. All right, looks like we got a dead junior dragster there, so we're going to send the crew up there to pick up their rides. That's right, get up, move around, Hector's Grub Hub. Hey, grab something to eat yet? Something to drink? Ice cream? You scream? Well, cops come, it's very awkward, so why don't you just get your ice cream from Hector's Grub Hub, right? All right, there we go. Pro, find your partner, and let's go. 5 and 6. Pro, let's go. All right, dragging the track, bring her back a little bit for you. As soon as the juniors are cleared, then we'll get ready to run our third round eliminations here. Once again, thank you guys for helping us out and coming out to support us. There's still a few guys and girls out there, fans. Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens, Carmen's looking after you, I believe. How you guys doing? Uh-oh, no arms waving. It could be a water safety check, you know. No, that's for the pools. Okay, we'll leave you guys alone. Well, I got to keep announcing it. Yes, today's 50-50 did get claimed in case you missed it. So we've only had one unclaimed 50-50 from August 15th, but somebody's coming there tomorrow to claim it. And that is the only one. I'm very happy to say all 50-50s here at SIR have been claimed. Once again, thank you for helping us out and supporting us. We couldn't do a lot of the track improvements without this thing's going on. And Brenda Goebel, thank you for all your efforts. You are fantastic. Thank you, Brenda. So once again, we have one 50-50 ticket, and it's supposed to come tomorrow. They will post it that if it has been claimed, and they have posted the ticket before on Facebook. Best thing about the 50-50 at SIR, you do not have to be here. All you got to do is say you got the winning ticket and let us know. All right, final call for Radio Tire and Pro. Final call. All right, looks like Pro is loaded in staging, ready to go. And first call for Super Pro. First call for Super Pro. Find your partner and let's go. First call, Super Pro. And Dale Weist, unfortunately, not you. But good to see ya. Better day for you tomorrow, hopefully. And I think the weather is going to be nice, so we're good. We're good. All right, just checking the track, making sure everything is clear to go. Pro has been loaded in stage and lanes. Now we're waiting for Super Pro. So Super Pro, find your partner and let's go. Mr. Bob, when did you sneak in? About 4 hours ago? Yeah, I'm stuck up. I didn't even say hi to you. I was hobnobbing with everyone else, eh? Where's my sausage? Good to see you, bud. That's right. Let's put our hands together. These young kids, amazing. Yes, junior dragster drivers, singers extraordinary. Yes, they helped us out with the Canadian anthem at the feature race, singing our Canadian anthem, both in both languages, French and English. And they know how to work the crowd. That's right. You wave at them. Good job, guys. And Dad's probably busy harvesting, right? All right. Good job. All right. Just going to take some readings to see how sticky the track is. If you watched on Facebook, this thing tells you how sticky the traction is on the track. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro. Good runs today, Riley. Good job, buddy. Good run. Good job, Nikki. No, I don't know what the story in the game is. Don't know what's going on. I got it recording. I'm going home to watch it after this. Dale, don't say nothing. No, you don't. We'll find out real quick, maybe. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole game or not, but either way, round one went to Saskatchewan. Let's see what happened with the Banjo Bowl here tonight. And by this time, it might be already been over, right? All right, our next pair, we've got Chevy versus Ford. Richard Isa out of Brandon, Manitoba, 67 Malibu, 1090 dialed in. And I love the license plate, be seeing ya. 1090 dialed in, you'll get the head start as Nolan Penner at 1038 will have to wait. White Fairlane out of Martinville, second generation Penner Racing here at SIR. Oh, and it's a red eye. Richard is a 019 red eye, 040 for Nolan Penner. So Richard going through a couple rounds. Nolan Penner in the next round. And you got the number, my friend, at 1041, 1038 dialed in. Reaction time, 040. So Nolan Penner, you're in the next round of the Queen City Performance Pro Class. All right, our next pair, the Battle of Southern Saskatchewan. Isaac Stettner out of Regina. Boy, that's a new vehicle for him. I love the Dart. DBJ 5-star Stettner Auto, ABS Competition, Spider Electric. Who's your tires? Competitive suspension. Mark Bennett transmission, 1009. Isaac gets a head start as Brandon Bennett out of White City. 908. We got about a second difference on these cars. And what a launch by Isaac. Well, side by side, it is Brandon Bennett. 910 and a 908. Isaac Stettner broke out at 1008 with a 2. .1009 was the dial, and he broke out 10:08 with a 2. Unbelievable racers. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2, Super Pro, let's go, find your partner. Super Pro, find your partner, and let's go. All right, the Battle of Ladies. Anita Henry out of Dundurn, 1060 dialed into the Barracuda. 1108 for Kim Gallagher out of Saskatoon. And this is at the top end of the quarter mile. It's Anita Henry, 1061 and a 1060. And Kimberly Gallagher, boy oh boy, 1108 on 1108. Came down to reaction times. .041 to an 017. My God, what a close drag race. Final call for Super Pro, final call for Super Pro. Testers 1 and 2, testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair out of Regina, 12:15. He'll get the head start. That's Fuzzy Dave Kerr with the 62 Fury. Going up against Braden Haru out of Saskatoon, 945. 68 Cutlass 442. Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports. Scott and Glenn Yaremko and Dad and Mum, we'd like to thank. So Dave Fuzzy Kerr gets the head start. And it's an upset. Dave Kerr, wow, 12:21 and a 12:15 got the light. 018. Braden Haru, 096. 945 right on the number. First call for Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman, Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And Super Pro, you are there. So Sportsman 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2. All right, Derek Murray out of Yorkton, Cam Buster, 1030 dialed in on that Mustang. He'll have to wait. Tyson and Kaylee Daronowski, 1079 on the 99 S10. And at the top end, it's Tyson Daronowski with the win. And Kaylee looks happy. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2. Final call for Testers 1 and 2. All right, the Trail 11 Racing Team back for another run. And what a solid run. 765 last pass. Getting the monkey off his back. Dwayne Treleaven back. Like to thank Dave Bondarchuk and his crew. And another straight burnout. Dwayne Treleaven. He's got the gremlin. It looks like he got it figured out. Had trouble at the feature race. Testing earlier that day, but the day before he blew the blower belt off that car. Good race, guys. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Final call for Testers. And another straight pass. Let's take a look. Dwayne Treleaven at 753. 176 miles an hour. So Dwayne Treleaven got it figured out. Boy, he was frustrated with the feature. He wanted to run here, but he's got it figured out now. Yeah, he spent some time in the garage, he said. But I'll tell you what, a couple back-to-back passes, mid-sevens. Dwayne Treleaven wants to thank Dave Bondarchuk and his crew. He is back. And that's Travis McBain warming up the rear tires. So Travis with the dragster, 779 Snooker Shack Napa, McBain Welding, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. He will have to wait as the door slammer out of Emerald Park. Jack and Shannon Appleby, 72 Dart, dialed in at a 918. So just about a 2-second head start here. And top end, it is Jack Appleby. Right on the number, 918 on a 918. How about Travis McBain right on the number, 779. Came down to reaction times, 019 for Appleby, 034. My God, you're looking at thousandths of a second difference on that run. All right, right, Catherine Churchman, Chris Kergessner, 65, Belvedere out of Dundurn, 959 dialed in. And he's got the single pass. He will be in the next round of eliminations. He's got 2 offs. He can stage it and save it. But you know he run it because he's brung it. But it looks like he's having trouble, so all you got to do is he staged it. But I think he's going back into the pits to figure it out. All right, looks like he got fired back. We're going to back him out. Yes, all you have to do is show that he can make the run. And boy, if you want a gremlin, that's the time you want it. So Chris is already timed out. He's not going to get a time slip on this one. All right, final call for sportsmen. Final call for sportsmen to the stage and lanes. Well, you're in the next round, Catherine. Well, got Ed DeJarle on a Pilot Butte with the 67 Malibu, 943 dialed in. Dinah Crane, Deck Brothers, and Link Trailers. And it is Jason Howell. That's right, running Barney out of Lloydminster, Alberta. 10:20. Jason will get the head start on this round. And Jason would like to thank his wife, that's right, Stacy, working the ET booth here today. His kids, his grandson, mom and sister from Arizona, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. And it's a clean start, top of the line. It's Barney, Jason Howell in the next round. 10:21 on a 10:20. And this Mustang is for sale. You may want to talk to Brad Bludop. Cam Buster out of Yorkton. Junior Street, 3 and 4. First call, Junior Street, co-pilot class, 3 and 4. All right, it is Rob Phillips on Lloydminster with the Pontiac Acadian. Testing with Brad Bludop out of Yorkton. That's right, we're just doing a test round on this, folks. Well, reaction time went to Brad Bludop, an 014 to a 355, and the Mustang gets through to 885, 129 miles an hour. 935 for Rob Phillips. Junior Street co-pilot class, we need you in 3 and 4. Junior Street co-pilot class, 3 and 4. Oh, I like this matchup for testing. Arnie Josephson with that beautiful blue Barracuda. Gonna go down the track with Brad Prokopiew. I love the 89 Beretta. Come on, you're not gonna say hi? Sheldon. And let's hear it, Mr. Trelevin. You are back, my friend. Another run in the 750s. Dwayne Trelevin Racing are back. And at the top end, look at this one. 719 to an 857. 719 for Brad Prokopiew. Are we talking 6-second door slammer? Wow. All right, I think that's Sheldon Freitag down there helping out Cliff Horn out of Delmany with the 93 Daytona. Radial tire testing, 1 and 2. Radial tire testing, 1 and 2. First call. Well, Cliff Horn, a 143 reaction time down the track. How about a 908? 148 miles an hour. Well, he says he's almost there. Gilles Bass from Saskatoon. Usually running Ford Mustangs. Running the Dodge Caravan. Sheldon Freitag. All right, Gilles down the track in the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Radial tires, 1 and 2. Radial tire, 1 and 2. All right, just going to check the track here, make sure everything's okay. Going to resume right away here once again. Love that run, Arnie. Good job, buddy. While we're running that Kubota truck down the track, checking her out, make sure everything's okay for the next round. All right, anyone radial tire 1 and 2 open, radial tire 1 and 2. Well, once again, boy, what a perfect day of drag racing. No wind here today. And if you like what you've seen, yes, we're going to wipe the slate clean. Tomorrow is the conclusion of our points race series here. Today we're racing the rod. All right, just checking the track, making sure everything's okay. We'll get underway once again with our elimination rounds here shortly. Final call for radial tire. Final call for radial tire. All right, we're ready to go. Well, we're almost there. 3 more rounds after we conclude this. And the number's dwindling. All right, Chad Hot Wheels, Novak got a Kenora, the convertible Mustang 1453 dialed in. We'll have to wait briefly because Sherry Gordon's 1466. We got family racing here. Well, the Grandora, I like this matchup. Family racing here. Chad Novak, Sherry Gordon. And it's a clean start at the line. Final call for radial tire 1 and 2. Final call for radial tire 1 and 2. Pro 5 and 6. First call, Pro. Find your partner and let's go. Well, red eye for Evan Stephenson. Chase Stratton, a red eye as well. But Chase, you are in the next round. Prowl, 1164. And he goes through at 1171. So you may want to shave the number a little bit. But either way, Chase Stratton, you're in the next round. The Performance Plus Sportsman class. Well, we've got family racing once again. Husband and wife. They were doing time trials. Now we are running for the gravy. That's right, the yellow duster. Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn. Okay, Tire Hendry's Motorsports 1262. We'll have to wait as hubby Matt Hendry gets the big head start. This is a head-on race, 1798. So boy, oh boy, we got about a 4.5 second difference on these vehicles. And it is Chantel Hendry with the win. All right, Pro, find your partner and let's go. Pro, 5 and 6. All right, our next pair, Garrett Gerwing out of Saskatoon, 2010 Charger, 1310 dialed in. We'll get the head start. 12:23 for our friend Darren Simcoe. Both racers out of Saskatoon. Orange Zola, sponsored by Reed Automotive. Thank you to the Boastman Mullet Mafia. And boy, clean start at the line. Okay, Garrett Gerwing takes the winner. Simcoe 008 broke out 12:22 and a 12:23. Garrett Gerwing right on the number, 13:10. Good job, young man. All right, Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's go. Let's go, Pro. Well, we are into the Junior Street Legal Butler Buyers. We've got Dominic Isaac out of Southey up with Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert. Battle of North and South, 1040 for the Dodge truck, 913 for the Checkered Pass Taxi. And Marty Breeze is in the final, runs a 914 and 913, 024 reaction time. This young lady, very good drag racer. So this is going to be Jack Procopue out of Newen Lodge meeting Marley Breeze. Pro, we need you to find your partner and let's go, Pro. All right, Jack Procopue. 11:01 dialed in. We'll meet Marley Breeze in the final. And Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Third call. Pro, find your partner and let's go, Pro. All right, just prepping the track here. Pro, find your partner and let's go. All right, prep of the track. We're getting down. It is 3 rounds to go, and the numbers are dwindling. Once again, thank you for your patience. And I think we're missing for one more for Pro. And looks like Pro is there. First call for testers, 1 and 2. Testers, 1 and 2. All right, put some more sticky stuff down here. Track prep just almost done here. So once again, testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. And Pro, you are in staging lanes and you are loaded, ready to go. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Well, thank you, everyone. Yes, we down to the final rounds here. That's right. We get to clear the slate once again tomorrow with the final day of our points race here at SIR, and hopefully we get the same weather. Looks like the weather pattern's supposed to continue. A couple days ago, boy, oh boy, we didn't want to race in that, I'll tell you. Pretty windy. And today, not a flutter. Look at the flag on the starting line. Not a movement. How's the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens doing? You guys doing all right? Okay, I'll ignore you. Keep drinking. Just make sure responsibly, right? Friendly, courteous conscience, right? Testing lanes 1 and 2 are open. Testing lanes 1 or 2 are open. All right, testing lanes 1 and 2 still open. Testers 1 and 2. First call for Sportsman 3 and 4. First call for Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, ready to run our next round of eliminations. Queen City Performance Pro Class. Second call for Sportsman. We need you in stage and Sportsman to the stage and lanes. Well, Mopar with Mopar once again, making their way under the tower for the burnout box. Well, we got a Mopar battle this round. Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. 62 Fury dialed in at 12:15. Dave will get the head start as the Barracuda Dundurn. That is Anita Hendry, sponsored by OK Tire and Hendry's Motorsports. 1060 dialed in. She'd like to thank Glenn. We'd like to thank Glenn. Sportsman, we need you in the staging lanes. Sportsman in the staging lanes. And they are side by side, top of the quarter mile. It is Dave Fuzzy Kerr with the win. Anita Hendry broke out. Dave Kerr right on the number at 12:15. And good reaction time. Dave, you are en route. Congratulations. Sportsman, we need you in stage and lane. Sportsman to the stage and lanes. All right, our next pair. We got Ford with Ford. It is Brandon Bennett out of White City with the Mustang 908. He'll have to wait. As the White Fairlane out of Martinsville, second generation Penner Racing. Nolan 1039. Well, side by side, the win goes to Brandon Bennett. 920 under 908. It is a breakout for Nolan Penner. Sportsman, we need you in 3 and 4. Sportsman, 3 and 4. And it is a single pass for Tyson and Kaylee Daronowski, 99S10. And they would like to thank RWH Laser Auto Body Drive Construction and Bridges Help. So Tyson can stage it and save it, or he can run it because he brung it. And probably a wise move, dialed in at a 1079. Good reaction time. Tyson 025. 1079's the number. 1080. I'd say you're there, my friend. 1/100th of a second. 025 reaction time. Tyson Daronowski, you're ready for the next round. First call for street legal. First call for street legal. All right, we're going to do some testing here. We got Lucifer, that's right. Lauren Krieger out of Viscount, Saskatchewan with that challenger, up with Rob Phillips and Pontiac Acadian. Rob out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Well, red eye for Lucifer. So Rob Phillips gets you the top end. 968, 125 miles an hour. Street legal. We need you in staging. Street legal. All right, the Uremko's making a pass. And top end, 812, 168 miles an hour. I think that was the daddy-o behind that one. It's Dylan and Scotty down there. All right, Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal, we need you in staging. All right, Chase Strand out of Bouillé, Saskatchewan. Running the Mustang, 1169. He's got the nitrous. He's got the ball with the throttle. Going up against Gilles Basque out of Saskatoon, 1675 to 1169. Yeah, this is a headhunter race. It's about a 5-second difference. Clean start at the line. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Find your partner, let's go. Street Legal. And top end, Chase Stratton advances to the next round. And the ladies are up next. Chantel Henry out of Dundurn. OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, 1262 dialed in. She'll wait to Sherry Gordon, a 1459 on the Dodge Magnum. Sherry out of Grandora. So roughly a 2-second head start. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal staging. Well, clean start at the line. Top end of the quarter mile. Sherry Gordon with the win. 1461 on a 1459. Chantel Henry breaks out. Junior Street Final, co-pilot final. Junior Street co-pilot final to the staging lanes. Well, it looks like Garrett Gerwing with a single pass. Boy, oh boy, you are going there, Garrett. 009 reaction time. How about a 13:12 and a 13:10? Man, this young kid is a great drag racer. Garrett Gerwing in the next round. And the co-pilot class, that's right. Junior Street Legal final to the staging lane. Junior Street Legal final to the staging lane. And if you didn't hear earlier, yes, the 50-50 did get claimed earlier today. Congratulations to our friends out of Melfort, Brian and Jody Taylor. All right, Junior Street Legal Final, co-pilot class, Junior Street Legal Final. Well, we got the Battle of Mopar trucks on this round. Core Rock Construction out of Martinsville, that's Dave Leverton, 1394 dialed in. And yes, we've got a headhunt race. It's going to be about a 4-second difference. Matt Henry out of Dundurn, 1802. Henry's Motorsports, and I'd like to thank Mom and Dad, Glenn and Anita Henry. Well, this one's over at the line. Dave Leverton takes the win. Matt Henry leapt a little too soon with the red eye. And that looks like our Junior Street Final coming up. First call for Radial Tire. First call for Radial Tire, 1 and 2. Last call for Radial Tire, so you need to get into stage. And final call for Radial Tire. All right, Amanda Jessic Flaman throwing one good one at me. She's got a white GTA Trans Am, 1480 dialed in. She'll have to wait as Marcy Desjardins, 1505 on the Chevy Equinox. Clean start at the line. And in the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class, it will be Marcy Desjardins dancing. And our next pair, the Audio Warehouse Street Legal class, Evan Stephenson, 1205 dialed into the Super Coupe. He'll have to wait as Walter Fruit Loop Burnett's Nissan Maxima gets the head start, 1484. Radial Tire, second call. And final call, we will not run it again. So if you want to test Radial Tire, 1 and 2. Well, clean start, top end. It's Evan Stephenson in the next round. And our next pair, Gilles Basque out of Saskatoon, 1673 on the Dodge Grand Caravan. He'll get the head start as Nate Gross out of Salvia, 1505 on the 2020 Ram. Not bad for an old guy. Well, clean start at the line. And it is Nate Gross with Gilles Basque. And it is Nate Gross out of Southie in the next round, 1511 on a 1505. Hate to say it, Gilles Basque ran too quick with that Dodge Caravan. A Dodge running too quick, is that possible, Sean? No, that's not too possible, right? It's a way of life. First call for Super Pro 5 and 6, Radial Tire, Radial Tire. It will be the last call to staging after this. No more calls, so final call, Radial Tire 1 and 2. Super Pro to the staging lanes. All right, this is the Butler Byers Co-Pilot Junior Street Legal Final. And we got Jack Prackabee out of Noon Lodge, 1101 dialed in. He'll get the head start as Marty Breeze out of Prince Albert with the Checkered Pass Taxi, 913 dialed in. Aurora Chiropractic. And it's over, Marty Breeze. Congratulations. And I'll tell you, girl, you know how to get a reaction time, 020. And she goes through it at 925. So today's winner in the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal. Congratulations, Marley Breeze. So Radial Tire 1 and 2. Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, we need you in staging. All right, prepping the track once again here. We are getting down 2 more rounds here. Next round, then finals. So we are so close, guys, once again. And if you like what you did today, we're going to wipe the slate clean, start all over again tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Hopefully the weather holds out. So Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Well, good jobs. Runner-up today, Jack Prokopiew out of Noon Lodge. Put your hands together. And today's winner in the PA Taxi, that's right, checkered pass. Congratulations, Prince Albert's Marley Breeze. You took the win today in the Butler Byers Junior Street Legal Co-Pilot class. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations, Kara. That's right. Put your hands together. Well, Super Pro, we need you in staging. Super Pro, we need you in staging. All right, and one more right behind. There we go. Super Pro is in staging, ready to go. And then there was 3. Congratulations to the remaining 3 in the OK Tire Super Pro class. And I don't want to say it, but it's a Mopar, Mopar, Mopar. Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. First call for Pro, 3 and 4. Let's go. And the numbers are down, folks, after this round. It's going to be final, final, final. And don't forget, yes, we're going to be handing out the rods at the back there, the winner's circle to the winner and runner-up. Taking your pictures. And I don't know, Sheldon Freetag, did you forget your race car at home or something? Good to see you, bud. Jerry, whatever he tells you, don't listen to him, though. Good to see you. All right, Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, we need you in staging. Third call. And it's Mopar, Mopar, Mopar. Well, I think a Mopar is going to win this round, and it's going to go up against another Mopar. All right, we got Catherine Churchman and Chris Kurgester, 65 Belvedere, dialed in at 9:59. Chris behind the wheel, up the weight is Jason Haldo with Barney. Out of Lloyd Minister Alberta, 10:20 dialed in. Like to thank his wife, kids, grandson, mom, and sister from Arizona, the SIR staff, and the Lord above. And boy, he's having a good run this year. And it's a clean start at the line. So one of the Mopars going to meet this guy, Jack Appleby, in the final. It will be Chris and Catherine, 65 Belvedere, right on the number, 9:59. Jason Howdle breaks out by 1/100 of a second, ran a 10:19 and a 10:20. You couldn't ask for a better drag race than that. So Jack Appleby's got two choices. He can stage it and save it, or he can run and bring it, but Chris Kurgester and Catherine Churchman in the final. All right, testers, final round. If you want to get a test in, it is the final round before the finals. So 1 and 2, testers. And Pro, we need you in staging. Let's go, Pro. And Mr. Appleby decides he's going to stage it and save it. So Mr. Appleby in the final with Mr. Kurgester. All Mopar final in the OK Tire Super Pro class. Testers 1 and 2, final round. No more testing after this, then we're into the final. So testers 1 and 2. And Pro, we need you in staging. Pro, let's go. And that's right. Put your hands together. And what a run there. I'll tell you what, Barney with Chris Kurgester. All Mopar final in the OK Tire Pro class, or Super Pro class. And that is Cliff Horn out of Dalmany running the 93 Daytona. Sheldon Freetag helping him out on the starting line. There's an old ghost we haven't seen for a while. Final call, testers. Last chance. Final call, 1 and 2. And Pro, we need you in staging. Pro. First call for sportsman. First call for sportsman. Pro, we need you in staging. Clef 4 and 082 reaction time leaves the line on 9:13, 147 miles an hour down the quarter mile. All right, looks like we got Pro loaded in the staging lanes, and looks like our friend out of Regina, Dave Kerr, gets the bye run. So Dave Fuzzy Kerr has two options at 12:15 dialed in. He could run it because he brung it. And Sportsman, we need you in staging. Sportsman, we need you in staging. And once again, we are getting down to the numbers, folks. After this round, we are into 4 finals. Well, looks like Pro, we're going to mix it up a little bit. We got Mopar, we got Ford, and we got Chevy in the back. All right, so our friend out of Regina, Dave Fuzzy Kerr, going through the rounds. He is in the final. Congratulations, my friend. So Dave is going to either meet Brendan Bennett or Tyson Daranoski. Well, 12:15's the number, and hey, I said he could stage it and save it. You already know he's going to run it because he heated up those rear tires. Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina, looking for a 12:15 at the top end of the quarter mile. And it don't matter. Dave's running against himself, so the red eye doesn't count. He wants to make sure that 12:15 will take him into the next round. Oh boy, 12:11. Dave Fuzzy Kerr, you may want to shake the number. But first call for street legal. First call for street legal. 3 and 4. All right, our next pair making their way under the tower. One of these racers is going to meet Dave Fuzzy Kerr in the final. All right, Brandon Bennett out of White City, 920 dialed into the Mustang. He'll wait as Tyson and Kaylee Daranoski's 99 S10, 1079 dialed in. I'd like to thank RW Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, and Tyson would like to thank Kaylee absolutely And it's a clean start at the line. So Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina will be meeting Tyson Daranoski. And looks like Kaylee is excited. Congratulations, girl. All right, a couple test vehicles. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Find your partner. All right, we got Lucifer, the Dodge Demon. That is Lauren Krieger out of Viscount. Doing the test pass, that's right, with Chad Penner with the standard transmission Mustang. Testing lanes are now closed. Testing lanes are now closed. And Street Legal, we need a couple more. Street Legal. All right, test passes here. Lauren Krieger gets through the top of the end with Lucifer after 11:37, 11:42 for Chad Penner. All right, Regina's Arnie Josephson. Love this blue Barracuda. Let's see how he's going to launch on the starting line here. Nice launch, and Artie shuts her down. Pulling over to the side, something doesn't feel right. Street Legal, we need you in staging. Two more, Street Legal. So testing lanes are closed. Street Legal is loaded in staging. And after these next few cars, it'll be final. Got to let them kind of cool off a little bit. All right, so as soon as we get Arnie up, make sure the track is ready to go. Looks like Street Legal and Sportsman are there. Testing lanes are closed. Testing lanes are closed. Once again, winning the rod. Make sure you make your way back to the winner's circle. We want to take your picture. Everyone doing okay at the Mackenzie Auto Beer Gardens? All right, we still jovial out there, right? Carmen's looking after you. Well, we got this run here. Then we are into the finals. So once again, thank you everyone for your patience. Yes, it's been a kind of a long day, but we got 3 time trials in today. Mother Nature, beautiful weather. You couldn't ask for better weather to drag race in. Nice and cool. No wind. And talking to the racers, I guess they got frost out here in the city. We didn't get frost. Bad time of the year for that, right? All right, we're fired up. Looks like one more test pass. Or they under the tower. Okay, a little confused. There's Ryan going to make one more test pass. They're under the tower. Here we go. All right, Taryn McBain making sure this car is going to work for tomorrow. Travis McBain on the starting line. Well, red eye, but she's just testing, folks. And that car looks good. Looks like she's back in tomorrow, 9:39, 145 miles an hour. And congratulations to our junior co-pilot class. Good job, Marley. All right, the Lindo Concrete Supply. That's Ryan Doherty, the Bad Influence 72 Challenger. Well, Ryan Doherty with the red eye. He's just testing. He wants to go down the track, see what he's doing. And top end, Bad Influence Stu at 10:02, 134 miles an hour. And Arnie's making his way down the return road. Hopefully nothing too bad. Was a nice launch though, Arnie. I really enjoyed it. All right, Sherry Gordon up with the Dodge Magnum. And looks like she will be in the final Performance Plus Sportsman class. She red lit. It doesn't matter. She just wants to make sure that 14:59 is going to get her into the next round. Or she's got some decisions to make. Top end. I would say she's got the number 1462. Just got to get red at the red light. So Sherry Gordon will either meet Garrett Gerwing at a 1311 dialed in, or Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan, 1166. Garrett gets about a 2 second, well, about a second and a half head start. And it's a clean start. As they make their way down, Sherry Gordon is going to meet Chase Strand in the final for the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Chase Strand runs 1168 on 1166. Garrett Gerwing ran a little too quick, 1309 on a 1311. He broke out. And this is the Audio Warehouse Street Legal semifinal. We got the Battle of Mopar, the trucks. That's right, Core Rock Construction. Dave Leverton out of Martinsville, 1380. He'll have to wait. Nate Gross gets the head start out of Sully at 1508. And clean start at the line. Sherry Gordon. No, Chase Strand. Okay, let's get this straight. Nate Gross is either going to meet Marcy Desjardins or Evan Stephenson. Evan with the Super Coupe, a 1204, 1505 for our friend out of Regina. Marcy Desjardins with the Equinox. So we've got about a 3 second difference. Well, clean start at the line. Post out of Southie is either going to meet Evan Stephenson or Charlotte. Top in. It's Evan Stephenson. Once again, all Mopar final. All right, the word we're waiting for. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. And once again, thank you to our junior dragster and our co-pilot class. You guys finished a little bit earlier today. Congratulations to all winners and runner-ups here again. Once again, get your pictures taken after the winner's circle. So Evan Stephenson in the final. Good job, Marcy. Just about. That's right. We're down to the finals now. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. Mikey needs to go home watch football. So 4 more finals, everyone, and then we are done. Once again, staff, we got to get our pictures taken here. And winners and runner-up, back to the winner's circle. Racing for the WDRA rod. And yes, somebody did claim the 50-50 just in case somebody is worrying out there. But no, the Taylors out of Melford did win it. And our August 15th winning 50-50, someone's bringing a ticket tomorrow to claim the prize. And if that happens, all 50-50s have been claimed this year at SIR. Once again, thank you for helping us, supporting us. Lots of track improvements. Couldn't do it without it. Once again, Brenda Goebel, thank you for all your efforts. All finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. Down to the finals. Once again, all finalists to the staging lanes. All finalists to the staging lanes. All right, Super Pro finalists are there. Pro finalists, we're still waiting for 3 more vehicles, or 2 more. Yeah, 3 actually. Well, once again, the Isaac family, thank you for the presents. And of course, I got to be unbiased as an announcer, right? But you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. We have a good time with you. You guys have a good time with us. So, hey, thank you. And yes, Sully, that is the Mopar capital of Saskatchewan. I knew that years ago. And not bad having a Pontiac sneak into the stable, right? Very fast, beautiful car. But thanks again. And yeah, Sean, if it works out tomorrow, that would be fantastic. Please, thank you so much. All right, we're going to run Super Pro first. And that is going to be an all Mopar final. All right, this is going to be the OK Tire Super Pro Final, all Mopar final, I might add. All right, the 65 Belvedere. Catherine Churchman, Chris Kergessler dialed in at 9:58. And yes, Chris is going to get a head start as Jack and Shannon Appleby dialed in at 9:16 on that 72 Dart out of Emerald Park. I did mention an old Mopar final, didn't I? And congratulations to our finalists. Once again, after we're done racing, make your way back. Make sure you get your pictures taken at the winner's circle as well, staff. Make your way back to the winner's circle, but congratulations to everyone racing for the rod here today. Well, this one's at the top end of the track. And it is Jack Appleby, 9:20 on a 9:16, as Chris Kergessler broke out 9:55 on a 9:58. Congratulations, Jack Appleby, today's winner. Yes, he's got the WDRA rod in Super Pro. Final call for all finalists. Final call. All right, this is the Queen City Performance Pro class. Once again, thank you guys out of Regina. Queen City Performance. And it is Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina. 12-11 will get the head start. Going up against Kaylee and Tyson Darrenofsky's 99S10. Tyson would like to thank RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, Triumph Construction for his help. And 79 to a 12-11, it's over. Congratulations, Dave. And boy, it's about time. You should have been on the podium. Both racers, actually, but I'll tell you what. Red eye for Tyson. Congratulations to our friends out of Regina. And look at that. Dave Fuzzy Kerr would have broke out. Tyson ran the number. What a drag race. But it doesn't matter. Dave Fuzzy Kerr, congratulations. You're today's winner in Pro. Final call. All finalists, final call. All right, Evan Stephenson, we need you, I believe, in staging. And this is going to be the final. Congratulations, Jack Appleby. Chris Kurgester going through the rounds. Congratulations. As well, Tyson Daranoski. Boy, oh boy, red eye. But I'll tell you what, bud, you went through the rounds. Congratulations. All right, Sherry Gordon and Chase Strand both out of the burnout box. Sherry Gordon on the line first. 1459 on the Dodge Magnum. You see the white mist. Chase Strand, he's got the bottle with the throttle on that Mustang. Chase and his family, 1166, will have to wait. Sherry Gordon gets the head start. And it is a clean start at the line. Today's winner, the Performance Plus Sportsman class. Congratulations! It is Chase Strand out of Boulier, Saskatchewan. 1167, 1166, 1466 on a 1459. What a drag race. Congratulations, Chase Strand. About time. You guys been slugging for a while. Good job. And that's right. Make sure you make your way back to the winner's circle. Get your picture taken. And congratulations. You got the WDRA rod. That's right. Racing for the rod here today. And one last final. Well, Mopar with Mopar in the final once again. And we're going to start with Nate Gross out of Southie. He's going to get the head start at 15:08 with that 2020 Ram 2500. And Evan Stephenson at 12:04. So we got about a 3-second start here. And I'll tell you, Evan Stephenson, good racer. Nate Gross, good racer. Oh, boy, double red lights. The win goes to Evan Stephenson, but I'll tell you, Nate, you do a pretty good job with that big truck. So a red light for Nate Gross. Evan Stephenson, 12:04, goes through a 12:05, 15:17 on 15:08. But Nate Gross with the red eye. Congratulations, guys. Southie, you guys did good here today. Good job, guys. So winners and runners up to the back of the winner's circle, and all staff, we'll meet you back there.
Got lucky.
And once again, tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock. Wipe the slate clean. Final points race. All right, so we are going to call her quits here. Everybody have a good night. Once again, winners and runner-up to the back of the winner's circle. Staff, we need you back there as well. And we will see you tomorrow.